Hello, world! Oh, Minecraft isn't... Sigh. It's like once you start a server up, suddenly the game changes and you're just like, oh. Now it has to be Minecraft third-party server than just, you know, Minecraft. Anyways, Linear, Nimby, Blush, welcome, how's you guys doing? I did a little bit for this area. I decided to carve out some stuff over here. I did a bit off stream, as you can imagine, as I like to do. This is the current setup, though, that I'm going for. So this is gonna be the crusher, because we need a crushing setup. Days alright, you discover you do actually like pineapple on pizza. I'm sorry, I think the pineapple goes well with the tomato. They're both fruits! It's you know, it's fine. Everybody wants to treat you like you're the devil, though, if you like pineapple on pizza, though. Actually, now you think about it. Okay, so I need to rethink this entire setup over here, by the way. Because it doesn't work. It doesn't work. He's cool. Whatever your name is. Yeah, let's see here. What's that important? I can't remember what I was looking for. Liseiko-teku, welcome, Ribbon. But I got some stuff done today, though. Not as much as I would have liked to have gotten done, especially considering I'm gonna be off work until Saturday, which... Oh, right, need to go grab a basin and... a basin lid. And a lid. Need a lid. Actually, okay, what uses does bone meal have, actually? Cultivated pumpkin? Meh. Meh. Can be milled into white dye. Don't know what I can use the dye for, but... Can be used to make dog food. I'm getting the impression that I might have too much bone meal. Sulfur, raw pork chop, and bone meal. Oh, wait. I can use bone meal to make tree fertilizer. I think that's it. We're gonna have to find a place to where to move it to. The day's been going well, though. It's like the gull and seagull, but a K. Call. Oh, like what you do when animal populations are too high? I understand the concept. Okay. Basin lid. Are you telling me I don't have a basin lid? Nah. Nah, there's gotta be one just lying around somewhere. Huh. Oh, by the way, I got the cobblestone farm running as well. It makes a lot of cobblestone. But we're gonna need a lot because it's all gotta be processed and it's just an entire thing there. I think it's about 7 farms? 7 generators, I think. Or is it 8? It's 8. Never mind. But yeah, it works. This vault isn't really used for anything. I'll probably use it for output when we're done with this stuff. And anyway, this is just kind of where we're at right now. It's a slow process. But this is cool at least. Okay, so... I need a basin lid. I mean, it's not hard to make, it's just gold, which, you know. Let's see here. Oh wait, you have a clock. Okay, so we'll just break you. Oh. The lid was on the other one. I'm gonna have to actually verify how this goes. Okay, so it'll stop inserting bone meal. Okay, so maybe what I can do is I can... I'd have to redo the entire system though if that happened. Like... So like, in order to get the whole system going, I'd have to make this on like a side-to-side thing so that this can be set to pull or not pull and... Oof. Because the system's gonna get clogged no matter what I do at this rate. This is a lot more complicated than I would have liked it to have been. I like watching the packages just go. Anyways. Still, yeah, it's gonna be difficult. Bartha, welcome, Raven. I'm pretty sure I've been pronouncing your name wrong for the longest time, but it's just so much fun to mispronounce it. So this entire setup here is all ready to go. I just gotta like put the things on. But before that's ready, I also do need to get a what's it called? I need to get a brass funnel. Or not a funnel, a tunnel. Made of brass. And I hate anything that involves having to make stupid, Oh, we have one polished rose quartz. I guess that's nice. Unfortunately, it's gonna be an absolute pain to make, you know, what I need, but... Where's this here? How to make rose quartz. There's no efficient way to make it! I hate it! Wait, so... Does that create, or...? Yeah, that... Oh, I didn't know that Infinity Buttons had a... compatibility with... create. Or maybe I did and I just kind of forgot about it. You know what, we can go with the kind of forgot about it explanation, because... Not necessarily an uncommon situation when I'm involved. You know what? We all forget about things sometimes. Right? Some people forget that they were married. In a loving relationship. 8 kids. 42 kids. Still not enough. Yeah, it's like anything less than like, wait, no. No, we didn't need a tunnel. No, we don't need a tunnel. I don't. Wait. Yeah. The sorting system is based on using the frog port to determine. So the address determines how it's gonna get crushed. Or more specifically, what's getting crushed. So if it needs something to be crushed twice, it goes to crusher 2. Crusher 1 is where it'll go get crushed once. Now I got you curious about the world records on birds. Let's see here. You know the answer's probably gonna be uncomfortably high. $69 apparently. My god. Honestly, I was expecting it to be in like the 30s, but 16 pairs of twins! 7 sets of triplets! There's no way this is natural! Like, there's no way you have that many kids at once, naturally. A peasant from Shuya, Russia. Why is it always like the worst places that have like the highest birth rates? And I guess we're not assuming that they were all... There's no way that, like, you know... She had to have a thing for that, you know? Like, I don't know if I can believe that she didn't at least kind of have a thing for it. I'm pretty sure that some women are like that, like, you know. Yeah, just, they love giving birth. It's either that or they really like being pregnant, which, granted, could be either, could be or, could be both. It's, you know, that's the beauty of life right there. The fact that it's your decision. Oh yeah, so this is what I made up for. So, this is the setup I've kind of got for my, this is the setup I got for the farm. I'm a little bit nervous about it, to say the least. Look at this nightmare scenario. I spelt a lot of these wrong, I know. Main point being, this is complicated. Oh my god. You know what? No, I'm hiding this. You didn't see my spelling. My spelling is always perfect. Shut up. You saw nothing. I'm kind of sad though. I'm on the last can of cheer wine. I made this stuff last about a week. That doesn't necessarily make it better, though. It's like I say, it's like some of the it's the best soda ever made. And it's almost gone! It hurts. This is life, though. Losing the things that you love the most. we're just gonna verify that this works. Alright, cool, it works. Now we just fill all this in. And of course we're not gonna have any guardrails to ensure that nobody accidentally slips and falls onto the belt, causing them to die in a horrible bone-crushing fashion, which, you know, that's life sometimes. Remember, if it's not a business, you don't have to worry about OSHA violations. Over. 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 There we go. See! It's not a... On the topic of power, I actually was considering for a bit there, maybe getting a thorium reactor running. Okay, so this is just here for future use. It's more of a it's a thing that I can move around if I need to. It's just kind of a current placement thing. So, okay, so here's another really good question. Do I just want to take this afterwards and send it off? Yeah, no, seriously, it's OSHA does not have to be involved. It's all work in progress, always has been. Let me think, though. The question of where I want to send everything now is... I don't know what they want to focus on next, so what is the current... Wait, can I do this if it's my left hand, or... Okay, it's gotta be in your right hand, okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, well, okay, so... Sand to soul sand. Not exactly impossible. The question then, I guess, is... Do I want to incorporate that into the already existing system? Or do I want to just redo the entire thing and we'll just hope for the best? Because either one is a legitimate option I can go for. Hey, you gotta remember, everywhere you go has a story. That story may not be the most impressive thing ever. But it's still a story. You know what, actually, I might make a fence. I might fence this off. I think I can justify fencing this off. We don't have any of those. You don't have to worry about your employees unionizing if you don't. What the fuck? Okay, I'm a little curious about this. I have no clue what this is for. Well, that's a thing. Great Deco added it, but I don't know what specifically they're going for with that one. No. I'll make some mesh fences. Alright, so the fences at least serve as a warning to remind people it's inadvisable to go over here. If they die, they die. I've done my due diligence. Where's theirs? Remember, it's called idiot proofing. One of the main benefits of, the physics on those are so broken! What the frick? Did you see the way that, like, blip, like... Extremely bizarre. Oh yeah, and then the sand situation... Maybe I could use a mechanical arm to put everything in here. There is a thought there. Ah, and Asto! Welcome! I hope the meetings weren't too bad. Actually, wait a second. This fence isn't necessary. At any rate, let me think. I have something else I need to do. Right. So, Do I want to take this and just output this back into the main system? And that is an option. How much money are we printing today? A fair bit. A fair bit. Okay, so... let's do this like normal. Like, why not? Oh, I need more chains. I really like how this create update made chains actually viable. I don't think I've ever had to actually make chains. You know, it's funny how the vast majority of these iron ingots that I have, they started out as iron nuggets. And then, when I'm done with them, sometimes I'll return them back to being iron nuggets. Well, actually, they start off as stone. Then they become gravel. And then they become iron nuggets. Am I getting enough sleep? I'm getting enough sleep. I'm trying my best. Some days are better than others in that regard, though. You just gotta believe in the plan, as it were. Okay, so we need a barrel. Okay, so the setup is always gonna be like barrel, packager, and then like some extra thing. Oh yeah, I need just the mechanical arm. Okay, this could work. This could work. Okay, so deposit items to the basin. Alright, so we'll use the mechanical arm to put in the, because we don't have nearly enough space to keep this running. And, oh, speaking of keeping things running, let me do this! I just want to put potatoes in there. I'm trying to... I need to set something up to filter this so that when... there's too much bone meal. I think I got it. I think I got it. Okay. Was it this one? No. I can't remember what it was called. There's a thing, though, that you can use to check threshold switch. So. Alright, so when the inventory content exceeds a certain level, sends a alert stays in... Alright. Then we can have it monitor a specific item. So, yeah, I'll have it I'm gonna make a threshold switch. And that'll hopefully do something. So, brass casing, electron tube, redstone comparator. 3 things I really don't want to have to make, but I have to make. Dang it, it's my factory. I should not have to work in my own factory, let me tell you. And right there's how you know that you just ain't right with the world. Okay, so we do have a single brass casing. So that's done at least. Let's see here, need an iron sheet. Nether quartz, which is also not my favorite thing to be working with. Because rose quartz is expensive to craft. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the sandpaper. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Nobody actually wants to do the work. Okay, so comparator. Let's stay torches, quartz, and stone. I think I should have most of this stuff. I think I just need the sticks. Alright. My favorite. Alright, so quartz. Stone. Alright, comparator made! Now to put it all together and make our threshold switch. Again, the problem is it's difficult till we find people willing to do the work. Besides, most of it's gonna be automated anyways. Oh, there's some stuff going down. Oh. Okay, so we power it on when it's at or below, and then we turn it off when it's at 64. So is this configured right, or am I just gonna help the... Yeah, this is gonna be more complicated than I like to think of it was. Okay, so I'm gonna fill all of containers. Wait, will this still work or? Yeah, it works. It works. Okay, wait, so maybe instead it's gotta be on a different side of it then? Ah, wait, we're right in. Okay. We're right above a chain, so I don't have to move anything around. Good. Or is it good? I actually can't tell. I didn't know how any of this magic works. That's fair. That is fair. I don't know how half this works either. Is this not going? Oh, please don't tell me that it's not making ethanol. Alright, fine, you win. We'll use the bulk fermenter. Because, I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue what's going on here. Okay, so this is so much. Okay, so we'll still use the threshold switch, of course, because I think this does work. I think. I don't know for sure though. Okay, so is there a way for me to... Mechanicus moment. Kinda, yeah. Ah, wait, okay. We'll just use a regular hopper then. We'll use like a funnel and a regular hopper. Okay, that is not good. Also, I don't know if the potatoes are being made at a fast enough rate to justify what I'm doing here. Okay, so... Okay, so the whole thing outputs the signal. Good. that means I can at the very least pick where it goes fairly easily. Oh, this isn't any good. They really don't want you using this thing, do they? Well, darn. Cause it's broken. I know what it is. I know what the issue is. It's because of the fact that it's counting both. Because this has both liquid and items in it. And the threshold switch doesn't know what to do with that. This is something of a problem. Whoa! That just complicated everything even further. Okay, so the Smart Observer can be used to look at items. Okay, so to make ethanol. So there's both basin processing and bulk fermenting. And the basin processing seems to be broken, and the bulk fermenting doesn't like the threshold switch. Part of me's feeling like I'm about to pull out a freaking computer craft terminal for this one. Yeah, cracking out a classic! But also kind of annoying because it requires me to start doing some coding, and I don't know for sure how that ends up in the end. Again, we gotta keep the biodiesel running though, no matter what. I'm not sure like how far issues are gonna come from. We're also running low on wheat seeds as well, which is not something I expected to actually have happen. Ugh. I have no clue what to do with this. This is just kind of annoying. And this farm isn't nearly as efficient as I'd like it to be. I'm actually thinking I might use all that bone meal to make some liquid fertilizer. Because we have a lot of bone meal. Oh, it doesn't damage at all. It's nothing like the tree farm, which is just a, you know, giant blender. And sadly, the tree farm is without purpose. Now that this monolith to our hubris is completed. Look at all this junk around it. Oof. Anyways. Where to go? I should probably clear out that darn clog. So. Okay, so brass funnel is probably gonna end up being what we're gonna need most. Brass funnels can extract up to a full stack. The volume panel allows for precise control or extracted stack size. Okay. I forget though, it was like... Okay, redstone power will prevent any funnel from acting. Okay, so that should include the brass funnels as well. Alright, I think I can keep this somewhat monitored then. I won't be able to rely on the threshold switch, which kinda sucks honestly, because the threshold switch is nice. But that's life sometimes. So, the problem here is that bone meal is extremely easy to get a lot of. So the question here is, do I want to prevent the bone meal from ever getting in the first place? Or do I want to do something a bit more, I don't know. Oh, another issue with this. It keeps making ethanol. No matter what you do, it will continue to make ethanol. Even if it's full, it'll keep making ethanol. And there's no instructions on how it works either. Like all it is just, you know, bulk fermenter. I don't suppose that giving it redstone will make it stop, will it? Well, that's a good question, actually. Nope. Can't say I'm surprised, but I also can't say I'm happy to hear that, because that is an annoying issue to have. And the brewery's a different side of the factory. Speaking of, I never did quite set it up for moving away all that excess junk. I mean, it still produces. Not much, but it produces. Do I have a sign on me? No, I gotta go somewhere else for it. Oof. But yeah, that doesn't need the stock link anymore, because the stock link is, for very different activities than what it does right now, which is just kind of store stuff. Don't worry, Saints. May not be the most efficient way to move stuff around. But it's a way. Neon Psyche, welcome, how's it been? Oh, the changing gears are very satisfying to watch, I agree. I like watching it. The best part about Create is just watching a machine that you built work. Okay, so... factory. Well, this... There it goes. So now whenever this thing harvests, it's just gonna send it right over to the factory. Or at least if anything ends up in surplus. Been good, Gavas. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Actually, maybe one setup I could go for is like I could have an observer that just looks right here all the time. I don't know. It's very like the problem here is like I don't know what the most efficient way to do this is, because if I'm not careful, you end up in a situation where I just end up having random items shipped that I don't need shipped. And then again, if everything just ends up going right back over in here, then... I mean... This is configured to where if it doesn't have an address, it goes directly to outgoing. Nah, there's no way to move that. I'm either gonna have to make a new belt or something else. This is complicated. Client projects that we do at the end of the month got pushed back to August. No more 3 AM work day. That's good to hear! Okay, so the thing here is that it's about equilibrium. You know what I mean? Like, so... if you end up with too much bone meal in here at any given time. And the problem here is that the threshold switch was perfect. I'm gonna put a note down on the clipboard here. And let that guy know that the threshold switch is broken because it's extremely broken. That's good to hear. I've been meaning to get back into Helldivers. Probably will once the new update happens. And apparently we're gearing up for something. Don't know what, but something. Or I might buy the new War Bond exclusively for the sword. I don't care what anybody says. I'm just saying, I don't. Okay. For now, the biodiesel is stable. I think the biggest irony is that it might actually be better for us to... Wait, being Asian got its perks. Perks equal would have been 90. You go into 6 places, 65 because you're Asian. That's weird. That's weird, Sinister. That's actually really weird. I like watching it go! Alright, let's see here. Did that have to deal with another? I guess it did. I really do need to work on making brass funnels. Problem is that the redstone recipe is really expensive as well. I mean, look at this! Potion of strength and cinder flower. I mean, yeah, you can grind for those, but it's just... Eesh. You know? Just... Eesh. And then to make more netherrack is... I don't know how I feel about this one. It's like cobblestone, cinder flower, lava. Which is... I guess, but it's also like a bit of a... I don't know. For what it's worth, I don't even really care about Twitch paying me. You know what? In my opinion, one thing I've learned is that relying on the platform to pay you is one of the dumbest things that you can do as a creator. I'm not trying to throw shade with the statement, but it is really dumb. No, it's never gonna pay enough. That's the problem. The fundamental problem with these is that they will never pay enough. No matter what you do, no matter how much effort you put in. Thank you, Antonia. Oh my god! 112 gift subs! Like, jeez. Insanely Hostile, you... I know you've probably been watching for a while, but it's just, jeez. That is is true. That is true. It was your on Twitch to get hit by those subs. I mean, for what it's worth, Flush, you know. It's always an option, I guess. Yeah, but it's like, you know, you're not gonna have the viewership to get all that money from just ads. Okay, okay, so let's take a look at the mechanical arm. Because I need to see this one. Alright. No, that works. No, that works. Oh yeah, you can use the bus. Yeah, I guess it is an option, isn't it? Alright, I got an idea then. Don't know if it's a good idea, but it's an idea. That's another thing. It's really if this is your main gig. But then again, for what it's worth, I don't know if I'd want to make streaming my main gig anyways. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy making content, but I also don't think I have the work ethic for it. Some of us know our strengths better than others do. Like, you gotta remember, when it's your job, everything changes. Wait. Also, Kingo AK? I don't know what that is. Sometimes there's a chance here and there, you know, just to, you know, just to show off a little. The diamond grit sandpaper is an extremely useful thing to have around. Ah, okay, okay. Oh. Alright then. Fine. I'm not mad now. And what's this used for? Beam condenser. And compose a different result of polarization. Ugh. One of these days, I will mess with Create Optical. Also, quartz is inedible. Later, Sinister. You have a nice day. Hope whatever it is that you're doing isn't too difficult. First, it said that he's getting it set up now, but I didn't hear nothing from him though. Okay, so Ah, frick, I have 64 potatoes on me. Yeah, potato count's good. We can just throw these on the belt and it'll... Look, bone meal is produced at a rate that is extremely high. So I'm not really worried about us running out of bone meal. Like, I'll put it this way. 1 egg will make, like, 16 bone meal. There's a lot of bone meal. Oh, another much evil bird. For what it's worth, I found bones to be too difficult to grind for, so I decided to just go for eggs. Yeah, it's a little more set up and requires electricity, but... I mean, come on. Come on, that generator's doing, like, nothing most of the time. It's fine. Wait, where'd he go? How am I missing every single one of these shots? He was reaching, guys. Come on. Okay, wait, so... Oh! And then all of a sudden, over 200 seeds. There. Look, Minecraft mobs don't, like you can't, like, examine them after they're dead because they just vanish. So, you know, we'll never know for sure if he actually had a gun. Now, all I'm saying, body cam doesn't lie. Anyways. Start applying for other jobs to their partners, apparently. Really don't want you to leave. Well, that's at least good to hear. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, you know. Like, I guess it's good to be considered valuable enough to want to keep. Let's see here. So, tree fertilizer. So that's gonna be, I guess, 2 of any flower. Okay, so the good thing is that... should be possible then to go grabbing any particular flower. And then we can just use the botany pots to grow them. Leverage that to make you more money. I'm probably gonna end up using like the botany pots for most of the tree fertilizer stuff because you can use it for both the coral and the flowers. And the bone meal, we're just getting an effectively endless supply of, so I'm not too worried. Kind of weird how, like, there's actual, just straight up caps for how much they're willing to pay you at a job. Like, you'd think after you've been there a certain amount of time, they'll just be like, hey, even bigger raise. Look, in my opinion, I think loyalty should be rewarded. Look, all I'm saying is, you know it's bad when the mob probably has better loyalty bonuses than most regular jobs do. Oh, I know! I know! But see, that's the problem. I blame corporations. God, I keep missing. I need to spruce up the shooting range one of these days. Oh, let's talk about that as well. The freaking mentality of, if you can do that fast, then you should then we'll find you some more work to do. Like, I don't think they ever understand just how little that incentivizes efficiency. I like efficiency. I genuinely like efficiency. In my opinion, I think that a person should be paid based on how much they actually produce. Like if you do good work, you make good stuff. No, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so you're telling me that I get less work when I don't work as hard? Like... And don't get me wrong. Like, look, I don't think that you should be sitting around on the job all day. I believe you're there for a purpose. You have stuff that's there to be done, and you should be expected to do it. But don't go expecting people to do even more because of it. Don't punish people for being good at their jobs. Yes, exactly. You want to know what my mentality will always be at my job? I always tell people who are under me one thing. Work harder, not smarter. You need to slow down how much you do, because if you're too fast, they're gonna start looking at it and being like, oh, clearly you need to do more. Oh, that's another thing. If you do other people's work, you should get their freaking paycheck. I do genuinely believe I would strive in a work position, like working in a place where they have, like, genuine bonuses for being more efficient than everybody else. Okay, so I need to do. I think I'll set it up. We're in another frog port, though. And that's the thing as well! Like, it's a freaking Soviet-era problem when you think about it. It's a sign of a... It's an awful situation to be in because it represents so many horrible things. Like, I don't think this whole, like, you know, oh, you gotta live to work mentality. You know, life is short, man. And I get it. Like, you know, I think I'm about as harsh towards people's, like, you know, view on human rights as possible. You know, I consider myself to be pretty, like, skeptical about it, you know. Like, I don't like when people go around calling stuff a human right or claiming that something should be a human right. Because I think that most people who do so are just, you know, lazy and kind of worthless and just refuse to actually contribute to society. I do believe in the value of an honest day's work, but I also believe in the value of an honest day's pay. Oh God, don't even get me started on upper management. Look, if they'd ask me to show, if they'd ask me to sit to do something, I wouldn't be opposed. Okay? I know Lumi. She's cool. But like, I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna go like, you know, but. No, that's the thing! Food is not a human right! Water, I wouldn't even say is a human right. You know what a human right is? A human right is something that you just get, okay? Your thoughts are human rights, okay? Being able to think what you want to think it should be a human right. But resources? Things that somebody else has to slave away to get? That's not a human right. Yes, you have a right to seek these things out. You have a right to get these things. You have a right to barter. You want to know something? I live in an RV. I am not a privileged individual. Alright, my parents basically lost the house. I believe that property should be a right. Like personal property, I think should have been in the Bill of Rights. I'm actually very sad that apparently they wanted to do that, but I don't know what happened, but they just didn't for some reason. I think it was, oh God. One of the founding fathers really wanted to do that. Yes, and I understand being merciful and taking care of people who can't really take care of themselves. I'm not gonna sit down and be all like, you know, Hamilton? Maybe Hamilton? I don't know. Look, not all of the founding fathers were perfect beings, you know, like, you know, we make jokes here and there, but like, just feel like it'd be his fault. That's maybe. I think it was John Adams who wanted it to be put down as a human right, but I can't remember. They kept property as a human right out because they were right about the slavery question. Yeah, okay, that actually does make some sense. Like, because the a lot of the founding fathers were actually very anti-slavery, but they couldn't exactly just get rid of it cold turkey because that would lead to a lot of complications, and it was one of those issues. Oh, yeah, that's also true. Yeah, but it's really annoying because, look, I'm not my history is I'm not I mean I enjoy history, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not like a professional history person. It's mostly a joke referring to it that way, but what was I talking about? Schoolhouse Rock! That's where it's at! That was where it was at! That stuff was awesome. I loved Schoolhouse Rock. That's the one. That's the one. I think. Maybe. Oh, you can't jump over these? Well, that's good at least. Score 1 for safety. I still don't know if the bill ever got ratified. So what do you suppose that bill probably was, actually, that was, you know, on Capitol Hill? It's a bill for declaring I've seen a few skits about it being about repealing the 13th. Wait, what was the 13th Amendment? Was that one was 13th Amendment, was that birthright citizenship? I can't remember. '14th is birthright, okay. Oh, I forgot. It was bring back child labor, is an old bill. Yeah, the 14th Amendment is one of those things that's kind of a bit... I don't want to get all political, but it's just like... On one hand, it's one of those ones where, like, I kind of understand why it was a thing. Or, well, I know why it was a thing, but it's led to so many complicated aspects nowadays, and it's just... Ugh. Yes, I agree, it has been abused. You know what? Here's the important thing to remember. I got, like, what? Like, 20 people watching at most, generally. I think I'm safe. I know! One of these days, I will get hit. And when I do get hit, it's gonna be funny, okay? We're all gonna meme about it so hard. But you know what? You know what's gonna happen when I get hit? You're just gonna watch me on a different platform. That's right. That's right. You're just gonna watch me on a different platform. Gonna start a GoFundMe and make millions of dollars. Well, apparently all you have to do is just call a child a racial slur, and suddenly you can be like at least 100,000 there. All right? Like, you're telling me it was that easy? Trespassing steps. I tell you, this nation's falling apart. And I don't know, I think I'm kind of here for it. I At least it's funny. Yeah, no, seriously, like seriously, you're telling me that like you're telling me that I could have that all I had to do was just go get embrace my Southern heritage and I could be rich, like seriously. Oh God. Assuming we reached the point where the historians are even able to look over it. Georgian over here. I'm Virginian, so it's like, so it's like, Virginia's like where it's, you can be either or. And I was like from like middle Virginia. It's like, so like I did at least know a few old men that would say the word, but like, not that many. Oh God, can we talk about that one right there? Ow. Wait, that does something? Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, I thought it was like you hit like the wall and it just suddenly was like, oh. Yeah, but it's just like, that's the thing though. It's like, I just find it funny, when stuff like this goes down. And I know, like, everything's more complicated than it has to be, but it's like, God. I don't even know if we're gonna reach that stage of history, though. Like, we're gonna have people wearing, like, like chrome suits or something, and they're gonna be like, And this is how things were in the 2010s, and it's just like, just the most bizarre point in history. There will be historians that will analyze the God Emperor Trump meme. Really think about that. There will be historians looking at that and being like, and talking about the significance of the meme. Every history lesson about today is just gonna be, is always gonna, it's universally, it will start with one guy saying, it's gonna always start with a random historian saying, now look, I'm not racist, but it's like, do you think they're like gonna be significantly worse than we are nowadays, or do you think they're gonna be like just extremely questionable? Yeah, the significance of Pepe the Frog. President Wolford was elected on the campaign of, I'm not a racist, but... Look at my grandparents from World War III. Shows a picture of my emo parents on MySpace. You know what? Even after World War III happens, I bet MySpace will still be a thing. No one will use it, but like, it's still gonna be a thing. You're just gonna have somebody out there just like... It's just gonna be MySpace will, however, rebrand to that place where Raider raiders go to, where they'll be like, oh, we see. Unfortunately, it seems that Fur is not gonna be able to show up today. I'm heartbroken. But yeah, anyways, yeah, but it's gonna be where... Wait, Suicide Girls? I don't know. Oh, congratulations, Unbird! What was the video on? Oh my god, wait, hold on. You're gonna have historians talking about the cultural significance of Pepe the Frog. And probably also have historians discussing the significance of Pornhub. Maybe there will even be somebody talking about about flossing. You know, the floss. The meaning of the word brain rot! Oh my god! For some reason, people of this time abandoned Christianity to worship a sad-looking frog. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I swear, I watch so much, like, you know, like... You get in, like, some of those, like, you know, YouTube rabbit holes. And you see so many people simultaneously... I feel like Christianity is simultaneously alive and dead at the same time. Like it's simultaneously thriving and dead. And I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm not trying to make a statement or anything. It confuses me. I don't know why. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm like, I'm not even trying to, like, I'm not even saying anything, you know, like, you know, about anything in particular here. I don't know what to believe. Christianity is still the silent majority till it's attacked. That's fair. That's fair. It is going rapidly across the world except the West, with the small exception of America, where it ebbs and flows. Yeah. Look, all I'm saying... It will be Constantinople again one day. Anyways. A church that offered you a credit line? What the fuck? That is so gross. Okay, listen. That is fundamentally against the the teachings of the church, like seriously. That is unbelievably disgusting. I'm without words. Did they trade on God coin? Dude, that is so gross though. No, dude, seriously. Like a lot of people will sit down and they'll say a lot of stuff about like tithing and stuff like that, and I'm gonna be honest, I think some people tend to not understand the point behind tithes. The thing I find frustrating though is the fact that you have all of these people. It doesn't make them look good when they sit down and they treat tithing like it's a personal piggy bank or something, or like an ATM. You tithe because it's about giving back, because you've been blessed in your life and you need to give a part of that back to the source of that blessing. That's like the fundamental idea of what a tithe is supposed to be for. And it frustrates me because it's like, why on earth is the church offering you a credit line? What you're supposed to do when you tithe is you're supposed to give a part of what you have as a way of giving back, basically. You're not supposed to take out credit, though. I didn't realize that the church was a Twitch streamer now. Thank you for the $6.90 tip and San Asta. Well, geez, the thing about it is that the tithing wasn't necessarily even mandatory. I mean, it was encouraged, obviously. And, you know, there were a lot of stories and stuff like that. Like, you know, I remember the one where it was like, I think it was Jesus. I think Jesus was talking about, like, some people were talking about how much they were tithing and how great it was that they were tithing as much as they were. Like some really well-off men who were doing it. And I think it was like an older woman who didn't really have much. You know, she gave like, you know, a small amount, and, you know, basically she got acknowledged more for that because, you know, it's about giving what you have and not necessarily the amount that you give. It matters. It means something, you know? But it's like, it's not about making money, man. Your grandma's church just played Church on Loop on Facebook. That's great. You know, it's funny. I keep breaking the rule. Politics and religion, never talk about them. I can't help myself, though. You should talk about galactic religions. Yeah, we're gonna have to turn this around and turn this into a which space religion sounds the most fake. Scientology! Done! And I made it political again. It's fine to ridicule the cult. Look, I'm sorry. I look at Scientology and it's just like one of those things where it's just like, dude, I'm sorry. It's just, it's one of those ones where like, it doesn't even come off like it really provides much spiritual benefit. And alongside that, I don't see it. I really don't see the benefit of joining Scientology. For what it's worth, that's kind of what Star Wars is just supposed to be, Dylan. where it's just like half the religion is just give me money. It's like a guy looked at like the absolute worst genre of church and was just like, I need to make my entire religion this right here. No spirituality, just money. It's such a rich people religion as well, too. Like, that's another thing as well, you know? I can't relate to this! That's all it is, man. It's about draining money from people's pockets. It's not actually about helping them find some kind of a spiritual meaning in this awful world we've made for ourselves. You can't find the tip page? I think that should just be on the link tree. I can't remember, actually. Hold on. I think it was links. No. I'm sorry, Ember. I don't feel like looking for... Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, by the way, the petitions are broken, and I don't think I'm ever fixing them. I'm sorry! Something about the Twitch API broke, and it doesn't work anymore. Now I have to generate a token before every stream, and I can't do that, man. That is so much work. I'm sorry, that was the one that lasted the longest since the Great Purge. It had to die, though. Bah! Does still work. Does still work. I have a lot of protein meat, oh god. We need to make this stuff. We need to make this stuff there. Yep, all things die with time. Should Streech. Well, now you're just redeeming stuff to redeem that. Right. Oh, like this entire stream hasn't turned into me jumping the shark. Look, I am here to talk about what I want to talk about, okay? And I think that it's just one of those things where you gotta accept that you're gonna offend some people. Okay. So... Okay. Trying to remember how this works. So, I need to give this one a name and also put a stock link on it. Okay, so this is connected to the network. We're gonna name this one, output. I should really just do lowercase for all of them, because I know I'm gonna end up messing something up and just, Anyways, I am not insanely hostile! I'm very scary. Very scary driving. Okay, so now we're going to test this out then. So we're going to send. Let's just send like a ton of cobblestone. How much will it let me send? Okay, so about 5,000 cobblestone. Send it to Crusher 2 to make some sand. And now we wait. I think this is so mean. Ah, here it comes! It's a lot of boxes. You know? I forgot that this had a natural output of clay balls and flint. Or does it? Oh, it's like a 5% chance. It's flint and... Okay, wait, hold on. So... Could you actually use dripstone to get clay? That's an option, I suppose. Oh well. Wait. Also, Dark Diablo, welcome to Raven. Sorry. I just thought I was you, Raven, too. An evil bird. Alright, we need to keep redstone going on this. No, we need in here. We need like one of those little golf carts. It's reaching that size, you know? I'm just saying. Need one of those little golf carts for it. Okay, that's producing too much. Like I wanted to actually like have a bit of, you know. I should have made this a boss funnel. Just in hindsight, this really should have been a boss funnel. Do we have any, or... Of course not. They never have any blast funnels. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping that when Flansmod updates, I do hope that the Create Love and War guy, or at least that somebody decides to add some Create, compatible vehicles with it. I would love to see a mail truck. I may be able to outrun anybody in... I may be able to outrun anybody in my neighborhood. But one thing I'll never be able to outrun is my repressed gay thoughts. Oh, whoa! Bot on YouTube! I never thought I'd see the day! Seriously. I'm genuinely surprised. Oh, this guy again. Alright, let's kill him. Oh. Okay, look, I'm the one who's supposed to use Conjure Lag around here. Don't know why, for some reason killing those guys with the guns is really difficult. Yeah, and he was not one of the nice ones. Yeah, I didn't expect that. I thought, typically, like, Kick is where all the bots are. But no, YouTube bot. Raphael Foglio. Welcome, Steven. I cast manual breathing. Wait, what? So what about that name did I say, though? What about that name is such a thing to be worried about? Now I'm curious, Neon. Okay, mend butt cracks straight up sounds like something that should be considered just a freaking war crime. Like, you know, that goes from, like, you know, being uncool to you belong in prison. Yeah, some of them are just kind of funny little, you know, look how quick. No, that is you belong in a prison. You belong on death row for wizards. You know, and then after he gets put on death row, he'll be like, you know, you can't execute a dead man. And then he polymorphs himself into a skeleton. Wizard death row is very inefficient, as you can imagine. Another one? Oh, YouTube, you are spoiling me today. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate redstone? Like, look at how inefficient this is! You fumble one letter and it's all over. I admit I'm kind of... I don't really know for sure if, like... Wait a second. I think these could be faster. Turn it down. Turn it down. We have to do something. Something very important. I think I should only do this like once though. To be like, ba ba ba. You go there. Look, I'll be honest. If something's a bot follow, I don't know it's a bot follow until they've revealed themselves as such. Yeah, like I don't think I have to worry too much about the kinetic stress impact. I think it caps out at 1024. Wait. Ah, fuck. I messed up. I messed up. I'm assuming this is gonna end up having to just be a it's fast enough deal, because I don't feel like dealing with it now. That was an embarrassing screw up though. Now well. Depends on the accent. Okay, but that could be argued as being the word fog in general, you know? You know, yeah, I mean, sure, but like, you know. Yeah, that could turn into, yeah, it's dangerous. But you know what? I live for the danger. Such a posh insult. Alright, somebody knocks on the door. Somebody knocks on the door. And somebody hears a knock at the door. And they answer. And then they get shot. That's not me. I am the one who knocks. Is that what the one? Is that the one? Or I can't remember if that was. I can't remember. I know somebody was convinced it was a Winnebago, which is what I live in, but it wasn't a Winnebago. It was something else. Now, if you want an iconic Winnebago appearance in media, Spaceballs. Yeah, well, you want to know something? Your mama probably told you to not grow up to be a cowboy. That's just her holding you back. Winnebago is a funny name. Winnebago. Winnebago. I don't hear it. I don't hear it. Yeah, it could have been worse. She could have had an abusive dad, you know. It's just like, you know, that just can't you trying to be something? Then he slaps you. Jokes on you, I did have an abusive dad! That's how it always goes. Parental abuse isn't funny when you're actually being abused. Maybe a little funny, but... Alright, so... Blaze powder. No really good way to go about getting blaze powder. Hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. So... I need a knife. I'm assuming that's what they want me to go for, at least. Gotta get the combustion reactor going. I have no clue if it's enough. Oh! I only need one more, actually. Still ate up all my, andesite, but still. Okay, and I also need another disposable water tank, because that's pretty much done. Let's see here. We need an empty disposable... Okay, so it's just copper, glass, copper. Oh, that's unfortunate, Doc Diablo. I have kind of thought of another mod I'd really like to see someone get around to doing. I want to see somebody make an actual magazine mod for Flan's mod. Because Flan refuses to do the magazines. And I understand why, it's just like... Yeah, it'd be cool. You know what? I've been playing a lot of tactical shooters lately, and... I'm sorry. I just think that's the more interesting way to do it. I know that not everyone's going to agree with that. And I don't care. Oh, that's cool. I was kind of thinking the best way to handle a mod like that would be like you make it, Alright, finally able to get the power armor back on. Ooh, I'm not used to being this slow. Here, I want to play Project Zomboid. Honestly, I might check it out one of these days. It looks interesting, but it's just like, I don't have the money for it. Alright, so current objective is we're looking for those weird peppers. Ah, classic. Okay then, so they say to cut the red stem. Alright. I got it! Huh? Why did I take damage all of a sudden? Oh, does it just drop no matter what, or? Okay, so an invasive crop in the Crimson Forests. Its berries are explosive on contact. Okay, so the question then is, do I have any bone meal on me? Ulvik! 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 Keep away! Some people may be like, oh, using a freaking anti-tank rifle on a giant mosquito. I say that's not enough, honestly. You know what? Now that I say it out loud, no. What I did there was totally acceptable and totally expected. Giant mosquitoes, worst thing ever. Oh yeah, I left it on auto pickup because honestly... Okay. I did that for lag reasons. Because making it so that you have to pick up items manually kind of complicates everything. The option for auto pickups is a thing though. I do know that, yes. The frick are these things? Morning, Chaos. I need to remember that. That's typically the answer whenever there's something I don't know or recognize. Actually, wait, seriously, real question. So these go on... Okay, so... Is that like a little devil skeleton? That was kind of cute, not gonna lie. Alright, I'm just gonna yoink some mycelium. Or nylium, sorry. Point is, I need crimson nylium for the bullet peppers and the powdery canes. how I'm supposed to grow either of them. So this is gonna be a learning experience for all of us. Alright, Lionfin, you have a nice night, Sipa. Okay, so we're just gonna... I'm just gonna make a small area just for these. So they are bullet peppers. Okay, so do they work? Does this work? It does! But it doesn't seem like it does much other than that, though. Okay, so the powdery cannons are... The powdery cannons can be used to get, gunpowder. But what we're here for are the bullet peppers. Because apparently you can use them to make blaze powder. Okay, so... They grow, but they don't... But they don't grow. I got the neon. That's my AC unit. I'm gonna take a look at this. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no! Guys, new power out announcement! New power out announcement! The Terraria update is coming! They're adding fishing! Oh my god! I see fishing! I don't know why this interests me as much as it does, but it just does. Anyways. Let's go! I don't really like fishing all that much in real life, but I love fishing in random games for some reason. You know how much fishing in No Man's Sky is just such a vibe? Like, have you ever just tried to sit down and just fish in No Man's Sky? vibe is just like in No Man's Sky in particular. It's just No Man's Sky by itself is just such a vibe that fishing just works. Okay, so the girl. I don't think it's done though. I really think they are pushing me in the direction of you gotta use the mob spawner if you want this. Wait, what do I need the blaze powder for? Strength potions, of course. Yeah, I need to do an No Man's Sky stream one of these days. I just mean it when I say fishing in No Man's Sky in particular is a total vibe. And don't get me wrong, No Man's Sky is a very hostile game. Yeah, that is true. But one thing that's also just really fun about the fishing in the game is that if you want to collect like all the fish, you have to go to a bunch of different planets to do it, and it's kind of cool. Kinda makes me wish that the food systems had more to it, honestly. I mean, it's fun making pot cookies in the game, but like, you know. They won't say that those are pot cookies. But I know what they are. We all know what they are. I kinda do wish that they would add some more planet types to the game, though. You know, like, I want the planets to be able to kill me in different ways now, you know? It's just, you know. Okay. Okay, that works. That could work, then. Okay, so you plant the powdery cannons instead. And then I guess I'd give the deployers here. I should have a deployer just laying around somewhere. Yeah, wait, okay, so take a deployer. Yeah, so you take a deployer. Can we give it a knife? It will accept the knife! Okay, okay, wait, hold on. Hold on, okay, so... I think that's too close. Yeah, so then it's gotta be like... break, extract... Where's pickup? There's pickup. Let me put, so put like that. Give it the nerve. And I need to go get a crank. You gotta crank that. Why do I have a feeling that crank is also a slang term used for drugs? You know, as in like, hey yo, you gonna get me some of that crank, bruh? No! Frick, I set him off! Let's see. If you know the game, the mildly hazardous planet you start on is even difficult to survive on. It's only hard when you don't know how the game works yet. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, Doc Diablo. You have a nice night! Hope work doesn't punish you too hard. Alright, well, guess I gotta wait for that to finish then. But yeah, the new Power World update will probably be coming like in, sometime during the summer, I guess. Eesh. I can't help myself sometimes. Okay, fuck, what was I looking for again? There was something I was looking for. Hold on a sec. Didn't realize that it was so humid in here, but I guess I somehow managed to pop a breaker. Well, not a breaker. It was like one of those, safety outlets, you know? Well, I might use watch me play a stealth game though, I suck at... I'm not good at... I'm awful at stealth. Surge protectors? No. No. No, it's like, you know those outlets where, like, you know... Like, they give you a, like, they'll pop, like, the kind of ones that you see in the bathroom. It's one of those outlets. Darn thing is so sensitive. Goes off all the time without even me asking. Been tempted to just remove it entirely. I just realized I'm gonna set this up. First, however, I'm gonna need some stuff. Also, for me, it really does kind of say, like, you know, the Palworld thing was kind of like a bit of a straw that broke the camel's back and made me realize of how awful Nintendo is. But, like, when the gliders were suddenly a problem, that's what broke me. I was considering buying the Switch 2. You can raise the price, you know? That's a whatever thing. I can live with this. Raise prices? I'm not happy, but I'm not necessarily deeply offended. But if you want to tell me that when you start attacking other things, when frankly innocents start taking strays, for lack of a better way of putting it, that's when I really just I can't be bothered anymore. I don't want to support Nintendo anymore. Nintendo likes to gaslight people. And that's just the honest truth. They gaslight us. They've been trying to gaslight us for so long. And I just can't be bothered anymore. Yeah, they're the Disney of video games. And when you want to be Disney, the problems associated with being Disney are a bit particular. I'm not gonna pretend they aren't. Because they are. And as Disney, okay, this works. This works. That is good. And they produce at a decent rate. Alright! That is how we're gonna do it then. We shall have a bullet pepper farm then. Anyways, problems associated with being Disney is that Disney, it's the cutthroatness that people don't like. It's one of those deals, and in my opinion, the people who will endlessly shill for Nintendo, they are just as awful as Disney adults are. The people who just refuse, absolutely refuse to be adults. And I know, like I get how that sounds, how that comes across. But it's the truth. Like, you sit down when you look at it like, oh, I have fond memories of these guys, and you spend your entire life shilling for them. Regardless of what they do, regardless of the awful things that they contribute to. I'm sorry, it's like, you know, you have to hit that point where you just have to admit enough is enough. And I know that's not easy, and I know it's difficult, but it's like... the number of people who, yes, make Nintendo their entire personality... it's just sad is what it is. I think that really is the best way of putting it. It is just sad. People who need this multi-million-dollar company to do well. And I'm gonna be honest. After all that Nintendo's done, I welcome the end. The days of Reggie Fils-Aimé and Satoru Iwata are gone, and they will never come back. I can't say I'm happy at this outcome, by the way. Sincerely, I can't say I'm happy at this outcome. It's horrible to think about. I have fond memories of Nintendo growing up. But you know what? I got fond memories of a lot of things growing up. I also don't like being played for a fool because these people just assume I'm gonna play nice. I gotta see somebody. Like, okay, the emulation sites thing for me, it's like, it's kind of trash. I kind of get the ideas behind it, but it's like, okay, whatever. Whatever. A few emulation sites have a couple of issues. Okay, well, that's life sometimes. Yeah, and that's how it is. But it's just like, once you start going down the road of, I'm gonna be honest with you, there's nothing in this industry, in gaming, in anything worse than patent trolling. Okay, so what I'm thinking of doing here is like, we'll do like a mechanical belt setup. And this will feature everything. Washing, smelting, whatever ing we need, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Alright, Beto. But I can't stand it though when as a company you decide, oh, I'm gonna make the industry actively worse. And that's what you do. I'm sorry, in my opinion, there is no virtue in being the guys who made it so that you can't do the thing that Shadow of Mordor did without getting freaking sued. That shouldn't fly. No one, and I repeat, no one should be okay with this. No patenting junk like that does not have an excuse to exist. Because you know what? Video games have always been derivative works. Yeah, and the fact that Nintendo wants to get up on their high horse and say, actually, we own this. This idea. I don't even know what to say anymore at that point. I don't think I can say, yes, I love you so much, Nintendo-sama! It's like I said, man, the days of Satoru Iwata and Reggie Fils-Aimé, they're freaking gone. We're in the era of Doug, used to work for EA, Bowser. Don't you sit down and try to be like... don't you sit down and try and be like, oh, we're so great. Don't let yourself be gaslit like that. Like, that's the thing I find so funny about it. The number of people who will just happily listen to Nintendo gaslight them. We'll sit down and do this. And it's like, for me, raising prices is whatever. Everybody does it eventually. It's not even just the one thing. It's the number of things. It's thing after thing after thing, you know? You can't expect us to just keep tolerating it. 'Cause you know what? I've only got so much tolerance in my heart for a lot of things. And being abused constantly? Paying you to abuse me? Like, seriously. I really do hope that Reggie and Iwata are having a good vacation. Or, well, I know that Iwata is definitely. I hope Reggie's doing well, though. It's just sad, you know? I don't know if everybody watched, like, you know, and did that, like, when I posted the, thing there. Like, Rob was just, like, you know, talking about the, like that old Nintendo Direct, like that old trailer from E3 where they announced the Mii Fighter in Smash 4. It's just like one of those things where it's like, you know, you ever just like have a moment and you realize it's gone? It's heartbreaking, I guess. And I know, listen to me get all feely all of a sudden. Ugh, gross. Feeling. Just kind of breaks your heart, I guess. When you realize just how different everything is now. That right there is the true death of childhood wonder. That point where, like, you know... Yeah, but it's like, it's not even really just that, you know, the childhood is gone. It's like, even the things that once were there, that we could at least look back on with some level of fondness and say, yeah, that was a part of our childhood, and it's still here to enjoy. It's not. It's like... That's what growing up is, though, I guess. Man, look at me being a downer, like, seriously. Ugh. I can't help it sometimes. I am just very emotional right now, okay? Thank you for the sub and something else still. Yeah, it's just, you know. It's like that how gone it is, I guess. Of course, you always will have those people who are just gonna insist it's still there. Proclaim their love to Nintendo, and maybe Mario will come down and, you know, give them a little bit of serotonin to help them get through the week because their lives suck. Oh, jeez. Alright, let's think here. So, bulk blasting. I think I'm gonna ignore smoking. Let's see here, so. I think I can get another filter. Wait. Attribute filters. That's brass and wool. I think I might want to use attribute filters for these because I think I can actually use them for something. It's gonna be expensive. Let's see here. Iron. Let's see here. I guess it could just be is tagged forged ingots, but okay, so how about for soul sand? Can be washed, can be smelted. Is placeable? Wait, soul sand can be smelted? What's the use for scoria? Literally nothing whatsoever. I'm a bit heartbroken by that one. Hello. I guess I'm gonna have to do just a lot of list filters. Oh, welcome, Mockingbird. I'm sorry. Just reminiscing and thinking about how awful things are today. But just because they're bad today doesn't mean that we should just give up on making them better tomorrow. Right? Well, you're allowed to have your opinions in that regard. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so let's see here. So I got blasting, washing, haunting. What even would this last one be? I mean, there's the option to add smoking to the list, but we will leave it in such a way that we can expand upon it if we need to. Oof. That's unfortunate. I can definitely feel an anxiety attack coming along. Oof. I'm in pain. I do think I did remember that one, yes. I remember hearing about it at least. Suffering. That is all. Yeah, I guess it was doing the opposite of what it's never so simple to fix it. It's kind of become a bit of a common response for me. Every time I end up getting tired, I think I kind of start having like a bit of a panic attack. I don't really really know what specifically I do though. Maybe it's like, you know, when my body's just kind of going for like a trance, thinking I'm dying or something. That sounds like something. That just sounds like a. That sounds like a super Earth move. Oh, I'm fine in San Hostel. I do admit though, I do have a bit of a tendency to not have the best of sleep schedules. Yeah. Yeah. It's like one of those, like, you ever just, like, hit that point where, like, you know, just, like, just kind of hits. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know which one I like the least. I don't know if I hate anxiety attacks more or panic attacks more. Like there's this weird hyper awareness you get when the anxiety hits. No worries, I'm not good at taking care of myself. Mom's wanted to try feeding me a bit more. She was a bit disappointed when she realized I lost weight. Not like I'm the sort of person who's got weight to lose. eh, eh. I don't mean to make anyone worried. Just kinda happens sometimes. I'm sorry. I can't remember what I was looking for. So, this is where we're at. Oh, it's because I was crouching. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm just, seriously. You guys didn't see any of that. Don't Don't you lie to me. You didn't see any of that. Just... But I am gonna worry about everyone's worrying. Yeah, that's gonna make the anxiety worse, because I'm not very good at managing my emotions. Alright, Coldman, you realign that sleep schedule. It's a struggle, but it's a worthwhile struggle. I'm invited now. Nothing can wake you up faster than a 380. That is true. Also, Invert, it's a 380, not a 360. Fake fan! Yeah, you're a fake fan! Fake fan! You're a fake fan! I bet you don't even know the name of every single enemy in the game. I might need to sit down and actually do a full-on, thing with the... with, the gauges. The gauges are scary, though. Stevens! Welcome, Steven! Hi, Inteliasto. You've missed night. I hope the food's good. Oof. The hardest thing about it is that, like, when it hits, like you just kind of, like, you gotta sit down and you're like... You know that you don't want to think too much. Because if you think too much, then it's gonna make everything worse. Wait, hold on. I think I messed this up. Okay, so this is where we're going. This is where we're gonna start. Okay, so we need at least 2 things here to keep ourselves. So we need 2 blocks. One is gonna be to block whatever the thing is here. Unless... I need a fan. I need to test something. That's right! We're in the testing phase! Because I have no clue what I'm doing. None whatsoever. Okay, I don't have a fan. No, that's not true. I have a lot of fans. A whole bunch of them. Maybe. I don't know. I don't look at the count. I don't look at the view counts. One thing I learned a long time ago as a VTuber. Never look at the view count midstream. Because then you're gonna end up with, like, you you start getting a bit anxious because you're just like, oh my god, there's that many people watching. Or you end up with, like, other issues because, you know... There are that many people watching me? And that's just the least issues. I don't need that. Yeah, don't look at the boss's HP and they die faster. Look at the view count and then take your meds. Oh, that's a move you never make. It's an awful move that has never done anyone any good ever. Okay, so... So I need to get a thing over here. Need rotation over here first. I'm just doing this is just a test, so I'm not gonna make it like some really nice looking deal. I just want to verify that it'll work. Okay, this is the color. Yeah, this is the thing. Okay. And... Alright, I need a lava bucket. I need a lava bucket, a water bucket, and a soul campfire. I think I have all of those but the soul campfire because who just has a soul campfire lying around? Wait, I need to verify if this will actually work. Okay. This is 2 buckets. Soul sand. Yeah. And just like that, the energy is all gone. I had so much earlier when I was ranting. You gotta remember, how locked in I am depends on a lot of stuff. Alright! This is a scenario. Is a thing if I was to just... Alright, so that's the first part of it. Ugh, come on! It ran into the nice looking blocks! Right. Oh no. Oh my god, it actually works! Wait. Yeah, and then, so... Is this enough for each? Or I might just leave the fan here and... Nah, I should adjust the placement of everything first. Casual and fake are the same thing. Anyways. Face the wall, N-Bird! Let democracy sort them out. No clue what I'm doing with this. Oh wait, yeah, no, this section might be a little bit easier, because then I don't have to do a bunch of weird stuff to make it all viable. I need a lot of cogwheels, though. I don't know if this is going in the right direction. No, it's going in the right direction. Okay, so we're also gonna need to reduce the overall length of this as well. Well, I mean, we're gonna increase the length of it. Wait, you can do that? What? That's a new one. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. Welcome, how's it even? Alright, let's hear. Okay, so we're gonna have to start off with the most important part of it. Okay, then the water will go right here. Wait, no. None of this this doesn't matter. Taking a break, see how the homies are. Oh, that's good to hear, Ryan. I'm holding up just fine. I could be doing a little bit better in some regards, but you know, hanging in there. I'm out of cheer wine. And with that, out of excuses to live. It's like Coke, but they never took the cocaine out. I did grab some orange Coca-Cola while I was at the store. I need to start cutting back on a lot of things. I'm letting myself get too, what's the word? I'm letting myself indulge too much. I know that some would say that I'm good, but like, I never feel like I am. I could always do better. And not in the context that those guys on Twitter will always do, like, you know. It's one of the dumbest things I ever hear people be like, do better. Like, it's one of those classic things that you'll sometimes hear people tell you. Basically, yeah, they only say it as a way to just kind of, act like they're better than you, and that's it. My view on it, very simply, is that nobody who has ever told anybody else to delete them social medias, honestly, you're probably better off for it. Though, I suppose if you're trying to do content creation, it can make things a little bit difficult, but I wouldn't worry too much, honestly, though. You know? I think it came out kind of nice, actually. Alright, let's go and get some list filters made. Yeah, it's freaking condescending! More often than not, the person that's gonna tell you, oh, do better, it's always gonna be somebody who, one, we established, hates you. Nobody who likes you is gonna tell you to do better. And alongside that, do you? Like, when somebody says do better, unironically, do you? Do you do better? Because I can believe the answer's no. Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those things, you know? What's it looking for again? List filters. Okay, we have a few. Yeah, it's just iron, so... Let's see, two better, condescending, holier than thou lock-in collaborative this what? I'm not that, I'm not even by that one, Coburn. Are you saying that's how you feel about them all, or? Hold on a sec. Sorry about that. Nope, we are... Did I hit the end stream button by accident, or...? My sister came over and delivered me some dinner. So, with that having been said, I think we can change gears for a minute. Maybe we can test and see how well this does, actually. Right, hold on. Amy thermotes. They're kind of expensive. They're just regular stone buttons, right? Yeah. Just like 3 stone buttons. But yeah, like I said, Mom's trying to look out for me. Thankfully, she's kind of understanding that I'm not really the best when it comes to being able to show up to stuff. I should pick up box television. Because I'm wanting to make... I actually did want to make something for the AFK farm. How much glowstone do I have? None! How on earth? How on earth do I not have glowstone? Just... unironically, how do I not have glowstone? That's it. Well, I'll leave that in there. And I'll yoink the one from over here and we'll see if that works. So, while I eat dinner, I guess we'll do some random YouTube watching junk. Yeah, she looks out for me. Ah, fuck, wait. Needed some furniture over here as well. I meant to get some furniture made, but then I just never got around to it, because it's been like, you know, one thing after another. Let's see if we can't get this running for a bit. There we go. But yeah, I suppose if anybody has any YouTube links or something, I can just sit here by the mob spawner and we'll just enjoy the all-American pastime. Listening to random things in the background, die well. Watching random YouTube videos or something. I am... Actually, you know, that remote might actually be good for something in this regard. But yeah, Mame Natsu is very nice. It's been so long since I last had our homemade mac and cheese. Yeah, Mom makes really good mac and cheese too. Oh my god! Oh my god, I've seen this one. I got it though. Let's see if this actually works. Invalid URL. Well, that's heartbreaking. Wait, did I do it right or? Yeah, no, I did it right. Yeah, it ends with NG. Yeah, everything's right on that one. Well, that's a shame. That one's a funny meme video. Oh, don't know. When it comes to YouTube videos, they're really hit or miss. Either they work perfectly or they don't work at all. Oh well. Actually, I think I did hear some people complain that a lot of YouTube videos weren't working anymore. Chicken jockey! Yeah, but we're just gonna let the mob farm roll and do its thing, and we'll hopefully get something out of it. Let's see here. I think this is just the same video. Yeah. Such a shame. For some reason, the turtle isn't really good at killing the little ones. I don't know why. A Song of True Love. Oh boy. Oh, frick! I think I crashed the game. I forgot that if you delete it from the front, for some reason it crashes the game. Oops. Oops. Mega oof. Mega oof. I think the server should be okay though. I think it's just like on my end because for some reason it doesn't like. Oops. You know what the best part about it is? Half the time, it's gonna be something stupid. Okay, come on game, just crash. Just crash. Why is the game refusing to crash properly? Just send it! Close it! God, okay fine, task manager save me. Oh, now it works! Now that I've thrown down the threat! It suddenly works! I'm not gonna forget this one, Minecraft. Oh my god. Real meat. It's been so long. Okay, it's this either work or... It might take a minute before I can verify it all actually works. Oh, heard some weird buzzing there for a second. It's like there was a problem. Okay, so we might lose the game after I got on the server. Ah, the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny is another classic. Okay. Yeah, it's still up, okay. Wait, let's see. It says it's loading. Should I just... I don't know how to feel about it! It says it's loading, so maybe, but... Well, it's just gonna be one of those, like, endless things, you know? You know, kill it. That's right, we're killing it. Okay, we'll start with the first one then and see where this goes. It's possible it just may refuse to load as well. Remember, kids, my internet's not good. I really need to get an output for this thing done. Seriously, there's no excuse. There's no excuse for it to be the way it is. Yeah, it might not even be possible to work with. Well, darn! I don't know why this worked a while ago and doesn't want to work now. How did it work last time? I don't know! The thing about it is that, like, netcode is the worst thing ever. Well, seeing as though we haven't really gotten anything working so far. And then it's hard to tell if it's the server or if it's the, you know, the thing. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is this mac and cheese and chicken is incredible. Let's try a different one and see what happens. Invalid URL. Invalid URL. Well, that's at least slightly heartbreaking. No. Typically this works. Darn. And this is just a fun little thing to have. Well, that's a shame. Maybe I could try... break place. Yeah, it just doesn't like that. It just doesn't like that. Finally! Well, at least it's a good rotten flesh farm. That occasionally produces copper ingots. And nautilus shells. Is there a way to get Hearts of the Sea? I didn't think so. For what it's worth, though, there's not many ways to use them either. The conduit's really the only endgame option, and even then. Yeah, but the bigger one... isn't close to the mob spawner. I tried seeing if I was able to post stuff from slightly less typical sites. Or play videos from them. Unfortunately, that didn't work either. Hold on. Seems like nothing wants to work then. What a shame. I feel like I've seen that one mentioned before, Matthew. Look at them go! Maybe. They're called corpse maggots. The bane of any zombie farm. Because, you know, they spawn when zombies die. like isopods. Oh, the mod for the TVs, it's called Water Frames. It's worked in the past, but not right now. Thank you for that, Drake. Oh, frick. Oh, fuck. Subject to breach containment. Oof, jeez. How to tell you might have an eating disorder? You start to you start to feel really full really fast. Maybe that's less of an eating disorder and just more of a, like I almost feel like I'm starting to get a stomach ache early on after when I start eating. There's a good recommendation! Hold on, who's live right now? Who's live? Looks like Razor's live. Sure, why not? Let's see if this will work. Alright, Pluto, you have a nice night. Sequel. I don't know about Eclipse. See, it works! It's just YouTube that seems to be broken. Razor really needs to work on his audio mixing. And then again, for what it's worth, I really question how good. Problem with the mod update is that this mod's a little bit like iffy on updates.
No, thank you.
I'm currently playing Helldivers. I need to get back into Helldivers, like I said. Gotta go defend democracy after all.
There we go.
You know, what fun, what fun. Let's see, what are they fighting?
Oh,
Bugs. It's bugs. I know bugs when I see bugs. Those are bugs. So what do you think the terminid structures are made of? You think it's like bees and it's just like 90% spit? Reminds you when you were 10 watching Code Geass on a tiny cable TV. Bruh, wouldn't it be awesome if you could get like an actual stations on here? It might actually be possible through like some service, but I don't know if I really feel like going with it. Maybe a stream or something. But again, the quality is just too high. There really should be a quality setting here. Okay, now I'm curious actually. Let's see here. Is there an option with this mod to mess with the quality of the video?
I'm sorry, she's...
Long chain polymers and quick drying additives. Hawked up. Yeah, so spit. Got it.
She's...
That is fair. That is fair. Might just make for some nice ambient stuff, you know? I'll always stress to you guys, the server is open.
She's...
Like I said, though, my internet's not really good enough to do this, so... I expect it to not be the most exceptional speed.
Oh, crap.
Spit and maybe phlegm. Yeah, but it reminds me a lot of like wasps' nests. Let's see here, wait. So I gotta go into, I think it's config? Wait, where's config? There's config. Or maybe it was in server config. You ever know? I don't know if any of you guys are aware of this, because I don't know how many of you play like Minecraft like to the degree that I do, but there are two different config files or config folders for mods. One's just called config, which makes sense, and the other is called server config. Let's see here. We can limit the display's size, but we can't limit the... We can't limit the video quality though. So what you see here is what you get. So I can't make this look significantly worse, unfortunately. That's fair and silly, hostile. Spaghetti was okay. I am eating dinner as well. I admit I thought I got forgotten, but I was not forgotten.
You gotta get the,
Where's the console?
Nothing quite like it. The jovial words of your friends around you. The warmth of the fire in front. That classic smoky smell that just sticks to all your clothes. And the screams of your enemies in front of you. That's what makes life feel good. Kinda does, yeah, doesn't it? Ah, darn thing froze again. Turn on, darn you! I'm trying to watch my stories! It's like 80% buffering, let's be honest.
Mostly because I forgot to set up the goddamn speaker. Where the hell are the...
I bet
Another
those
last
work.
shell.
Those were nice.
There's the shell.
If they only had rabbit ears, we could adjust. Yeah, yeah, no, we don't. We can't adjust it though. We can't adjust it. This kind of feels like that classic security guard job, you know? You're just sitting here in a chair. Some stuff is probably going on, but you're kind of ignoring it, just watching TV. That's how you do stuff. That's how we're living. Maybe eating a little while you're doing it. I forgot that Twitch ads are so aggressive. That if you even so much as refresh the page, you will get put into an ad break.
Right on his ass.
Razor never asked me if I want to play Helldivers.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna need more thermites.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is, Twitch doesn't really provide you any way to make up for that lost time. Like, if you miss something because an ad played, Twitch doesn't care. You just missed it. You're not seeing it. Twitch sucks, man. Twitch is awful.
Oh my god, they're...
I hate it. Oh, speaking of, let's take a look at how my YouTube is going. Because I know I'm getting pretty close to finally being able to, it wasn't quite the odds that I was hoping for, but, we'll get memberships pretty soon. I am pushing my bandwidth to the limit. Alright, let's take a look here. Also, yeah, I am pushing my bandwidth. Oh my god. Just
There is no response.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't... Guys? I am only 9 hours away. didn't realize it was that. Yep. 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 I think it's a VOD. I think it's VODs. I'm just. I know we're not there yet, but it's like, you know. But yeah, no. And just so you guys know, this isn't gonna be like the full partnership. So, for better and worse, I won't get ads. However, it will give me the option to do memberships and super chats. And I can connect the store to promote my products and merchandise, which actually would be kind of useful, but it's whatever. And yes, it's gotta be VODs. I can't think of anything else other than VODs that it could possibly be.
I think that's.
Oh, frick, I heard Razor say something for a second. But then it started buffering.
Let's respawn.
Man, they are doing terrible, apparently. Is this? Can I get in trouble for this? Look, it's Razor. He won't mind. I'll raid out to him later and let everybody know that. Okay, here's a real question. If Razor raided out to me on Twitch, would the streams change to my stream on here, or would it stay as Razor's stream? Hi, Kiari. How's it even? I'm just we're watching Razor in Minecraft. My internet sucks though, so it's like, yeah. Oh, you wanna know another thing I really hate about Twitch? I swear, Twitch never lets you have quality options for streams. Try putting it in my tripod. Well, no, I know I can watch my own stream. That doesn't. I know I can do that. That doesn't. That's nothing. I mean, like if a raid happens. Don't know how they do that in the back end, but you give them out a 25 chance of following. That's fair. That's fair.
Watch them run right into the fire.
Yeah, basically. That's good to hear you getting to get some rest. I know that you're not necessarily the best about keeping up a good sleep schedule. Ah! No, frick! I let them out by accident! Leave me alone! Ah! Alright. I can't tell if that's just the resolution being weird or if Razor's just like managing to lean just out of stream. Dang it, I can't see Razor! Oh, if you're wondering, I was specifically going for that one scene from Akira. remember that meme popping up when like I think it was originally like a Christian meme. James! Oh my god! Oh my god! Welcome, Raiders! How's the stream? I'm currently in the middle of dinner, so I decided to turn on Razor's stream to see what would happen. Unfortunately, it's been like endless buffering. Yeah, AFT raid! Clearly, I should have been watching your stream, Jamas, because I was wondering what would happen if somebody raided me while I was watching their stream in Minecraft. Genuinely just curious. Oh, fuck, wait. Okay. I don't really care about any of the other stuff, I need the copper. Yeah, but how was the stream? I saw you were playing Doom earlier. Okay, clearly I gotta connect an Ender modem to this. I don't want to play Helldivers now. That's fair. That's fair. I like Helldivers. I enjoy spreading glorious managed democracy across the universe. Oh, don't worry, James. Make sure you take care of yourself well. Welcome back, Diablo. Actually, we're just watching Razor's Twitch stream. I should check and see if somebody actually made a Helldivers 2 port to Computercraft. Oh, the delay's probably because it's been just like buffering, like it's 80% buffer. Honestly, we're here for the meme. Okay, my understanding is that most links just they will work. I can't just say that running. Darn. Wait, hold on. Let me pull up the mod page. Let's see here. I know that YouTube and Twitch are the big ones. I believe Kick also works. Let's see here. Google Drive and OneDrive links also work. Twitter links work. And it also says something about Orange Page, but I don't know for sure what that is. Theoretically, any video site can be played. I'm pretty sure you could, like, play a Pornhub video on this. There's a certain degree of weird you have to be to do that in Minecraft, but you get the point. Yeah! I like how I'm one of the few people that doesn't even bother to censor it. No, I'm just honest. I'm just honest about it. Pornhub. That's the site that your dad goes on, despite the fact that he's supposedly in a loving marriage! You get what I'm talking about there.
Oh man, we were... We were so close.
He's a moderator. It's his job. Thanks for noting stuff, Lindier. That's why you're the #1 clipper. Yeah, I really have no clue how I'm gonna go about this one. Darn bugs. Well, the good news is we have a lot of Nautilus shells. And I'm pretty sure I've collected enough copper ingots to, make some good stuff with that. Actually, you know what? I need to go toss some of this. I'm not surprised that he clocked stream. Did he raid me? Looks like he just changed games. Oh wait, no, that's just his background thing. I wonder what asset he stole that one from. Man, I'm being too mean. Razor's like one of my best friends in the VTubings, in the VTuber sphere, and I'm treating him like garbage. Alright, like seriously. But then again, I treat everybody like garbage. Especially those I love the most. They know what they're getting themselves into. Don't weep for them. We are online friends though. We're probably gonna be IRL friends at some point down the line. I met Razor when he first started, when he first started streaming, actually. Me and him started about the same time. I started like a couple of months before him, though. Kuma! Welcome! How's your day been? I think it's just frozen. So did he raid out? I'm assuming he raided out. So, I guess that's that answer then. I'd be lying though if I said I wasn't a little bit salty that he didn't do that. I came in here and I gave him a bunch of free advertisement. And what does he do? Raid someone else. Oh, I'm sorry, Kuma. It's nothing personal. It's just business. Welcome back, Bardine. There's still some mac and cheese, but I'm pretty full. I think I'm gonna toss it. Maybe some more. What, punching they worm? Your dad, apparently, but you know. How'd you get taken if you I didn't see anything else, though. You have a nice night. And don't tell me they're gonna suddenly stop coming, like, seriously. So is anybody else live right now? I got, like, no clue. I've actually got a few people live right now. Frostside's live. And he's playing Minecraft. Oh, never mind, he's on break. For what it's worth, most of this has just been a meme. So I'm not really gonna. I've been just sitting here watching freaking watching random people streaming in Minecraft because YouTube doesn't want to work. I think Twitch clips do work. I think they do. Goboon, have you seen the Bedrock modding scene? Create cannot work on Bedrock. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. Why not, you stupid bastard? It's just not, Vardine. It's just not. Ugh, fuck. I want you to know, by the way, Windier, I do not like listening to my own voice. I want to make sure that part's understood. Okay? I still get that, that thing. Oh. No image exception. Huh. Well, that's a new one. Alright, I'm gonna say we're done. Morale boost from eating home-cooked food. It helps. It helps. Yeah, not cool what no image exception means, though. And we also finished collecting a full stack of copper from that one. So, I'm not doing too bad. You want to know what the Bedrock modding scene is? The Bedrock modding scene is basically just selling mods. That is the Bedrock modding scene. There's no traditional modding scene on Bedrock. I'm sorry to say, that's just how it is. Deny. actually the problem is that you can't really do it anyways unless you like go through a lot of hoops. Normal people do not get to work on Bedrock mods. That's basically the main thing to keep in mind. Oh yeah, I forgot that you could use lapis to make Prismarine. Wait, you can make chainmail with haunting? I don't remember any of this. Like, just unironically, I don't remember any of this. You'd think I would. Oh my god, like, seriously. The little Skelly 807 PL. Welcome to the place flies. My mic is not muted. Where is it? Might want to type what? Or... Yeah, I figured everyone could hear me just fine. That's just how it is sometimes. You know what? I think that is the streamer version of your shoelaces are untied. I agree! Wait, so you can make poisoned potatoes with these? Okay, so... Assuming I don't want to go making a bunch of infested stuff, we're gonna make the only thing on here be soul sand. Because honestly, I can't think of anything else I would put in there. And now there's a lot here. Hey, we can cook the stomach. Oh man. That's pretty wild. Now listen here, evil bird. That whole, you got something on your shirt that is a war crime. It's a heinous action. Alright. Somebody flicks your nose with their finger, you know? Just, you know, you look at that and you're just like... Someone has flicked my nose with their finger after saying that was something on my shirt. Billions must die. Yeah, there's not many things that really need to be washed. Why on earth would you want to convert a magma block into obsidian? Magma is significantly harder to get than obsidian. Wait, what? Huh. The West has fallen. Billions must die. Actually, you know what? I think I will throw... I don't think a list filter's gonna cut with this one. I think we're gonna need something more... definitive. You know, from a philosophical perspective, some could perhaps argue that maybe we all were born yesterday and that all of our memories of a time before now was simply a fabrication. Just saying. I'm just saying. Alright, this works pretty well actually. You know what? I think converting bullet peppers into... into blaze powder is probably one of our better options. That might be our best option for getting blaze powder. Of course, my perspective on the entire thing will always be, then why does it matter? Yes, nothing is real. I get that. It doesn't matter though. No, I mean, like it's from it's the concept. Okay, Diablo. The concept there is that like the universe simply could have been created yesterday, and everything up to today is was the fabrication created by the being that created us yesterday. Therefore, we could have been born yesterday. I took philosophy 101, okay? I'm smarter than you. Oh, maybe Lanius just can be smelted and nothing else then. Wait, hold on. Okay, wait, I didn't realize that these were on there. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna make more attribute filters then. Less filters are well and good. But at the end of the day, nothing really matters outside of that. I have no clue what I just said there. And sand is perfect for this, because, you know, I can do everything. Alright, I think that should be all of them then. Alright, so smelted, haunted, washed, okay. So it's here, so smelted, washed, haunted. Yeah, and then I can just do that to make a fresh list filter. Let's go grab some sand then, and we'll see if it does anything. Because I do need to verify that this actually works. Okay, so. So far, so good. And it worked! And that'll be washed, and that'll be haunted. Alright, so. Good news is, it seems to work. Bad news is, sure I can think of no bad news. Alright, so... This is where we're at with our production. This is good. We're gonna make a lot of assumptions going forward then. We're gonna need some frog ports. At least one for each of those, because... Unfortunately, that's just what we have to do. Yeah, we're gonna need more frog ports. And so that's input, and that's output. I don't think the SC should matter at all. They shouldn't. Ah, and the good thing is there's also space for more if we need more. For now, though, we don't really need our... What was the other one? Smoking. Yay, welcome, let's be fun! Oh no! That's a problem. I guess I'll have to make a barrel into a copper barrel. It's kind of a waste of copper due to the extra space, but it's easier this way. That's life sometimes. I don't think this will catch fire. At least not as easily. Might at least not burn. And if it does... well, it was just some copper. And I technically have a farm for that, so... the real loser here. Alright, I need more frog parts. We need more frogs! I like frogs. I like frogs. I think frogs are kind of beast. Never eaten frog before. I'm not French enough. Wouldn't it be so tragic, like unbelievably tragic, if it turned out that I actually was had like way more French in me than I actually realized? Wouldn't that just be like the most tragic thing? See, guys, that's why I don't take a DNA test. That way, all of your jokes about you being prejudiced towards particular groups of people don't come back to you. It'd be really ironic down the line. Oh, also never take a DNA test if you're a really hardcore white supremacist. White supremacist. Supremacist. My deepest condolences. You know, you're just asking for disappointment. If you have any group of people that you hate, never get a DNA test. Because then we're gonna have a lot of very big laughs about you. Wait, Ozine, it's like a dour man smoking a cigarette for 2 hours isn't a movie. I don't need a DNA test. I got family stories to work with, and those are like 100 times more accurate than DNA tests. My great-great-grandpa was one of them Indians. There's the classic right there. There's the classic. Right, no, it's more like my great-great-great-great-great-granduncle's brother's roommate might have been just a little bit like might have had some Indian, but we don't really know for sure. Oh, my family's just a bunch of mutts. We say it like it is. You know, we don't care about like, you know, being politically correct. We're just mutts. This is honest truth. We know how it is. It's really hard not to be a mutt. That's the thing. The honest truth nowadays, like, it's really hard to not be a mutt nowadays. Oh, I don't care, personally. My view of it is very simple. I am what I am. And I know for a fact that a lot of my ancestors should be deeply disappointed in me, no matter what I do, so it's whatever. I'm not gonna get all hung up over stuff that nobody cares about. Okay, I know for a fact the truth, the honest historical truth here is my ancestors would have committed ritual suicide if they could see me today. Habsburgs? Not familiar with those guys. I take it they're not exactly the most, well-rounded bunch. Or maybe they're a little too well-rounded. I don't know. I think the flippers are cute! Habsburg jaw, okay, okay. Alright, let's see here. I think I have heard of it now that you mention it, though. No, that's just the real. That's just how things are. Heck, I'm sure if you could go to the distant future and see your however many great grandkids, I think you'd probably look at them and be like, you know, that one ain't mine. You know, you will. You know, even you, will not be a good grandparent. You too will most likely hate your grandchildren. Like I said, I'm saying it like it is. Now you're gonna go to the distant future. See one of your grandkids is just the slightest shade greener than you'd like them to be, and next thing you know, you're gonna be shouting to the rooftops about how genocide is the only answer. Oh no! It happened. Well, I guess we got to start this over again. Am I trying to say there are no other answers? Unfortunately, the truth is that, you know, people tend to be a little bit irrational sometimes. Right? We can pretend that we will be the most rational people we can be, but the truth is that we are just all our own... We're just our own brand of awful. You know, just terrible people. Actually, wait a second. I think I can use it. I need to make another brass tunnel. You want to hear the hot take? It's always the wrong god. It's always the wrong god. Anyways, what was I going for? Ah, fuck. What was it one I go? Tunnel. It's brass. You know, Calvin, you got a point there. It ain't moonshine if, you know, you're paying taxes on it, like, seriously. Who pays taxes on their moonshine? That ain't moonshine. That's just shine. You know? Or moon. I don't really know which one comes first. Wait, so if we do forced round robin. Okay. Alright, how do we use a tunnel? Process music cover up your bolts. Press on the filter slots on each open slide. Filters and inbound connections have been blocked down matching items. Never a passing item has multiple valid exits. The distribution mode will handle. Let's see how to handle it. Fast tunnels and parallel belts from a group. Alright, come on. I want to just verify that there's nothing else to worry about here. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot that you can dye belts. The distribution behavior of raft tunnels can be configured. Split bullets to distribute stacks evenly between available outputs. First split, never skip outputs instead of wait until they are free. Round robin keeps stacks whole and circle star outputs. A literal, relatively forced round robin never skips outputs. Maybe it's a forced split I want to go for then. Nope, that's not working. Maybe there's really no way to resolve this in an easy way. Or maybe it only applies for when they're just lined up like that. So, like, it can't be a matter of, like, you know, when things are added or not added. That's cool to hear, Koban. Guess that's not what we needed. Waste brass, I swear. Honestly, the electron tube's the bigger thing, 'cause I hate making those things. Is this really how I want to handle it, or? Yeah, I got no clue. Oh yeah, this probably does need a thing, doesn't it? Can't drink it because your heart doesn't work anymore, so now it's just for the love of the game. Hey, that is life sometimes! Alright, some people do things because they're in it for the money. Other people, better people, do stuff because it matters. Some of us are here for the love of the game. Alright? About to build Rapture. I don't know what you mean by that one, Grace. I don't know what you mean by that one. Let's see here. I'm gonna send a bunch of sand to... Let's send a bunch of sand to the Haunter. So how do you use the factory gauges? So assuming I did this right... I did do this right, didn't I? Or... Yes, okay, so the sand is coming along. And it'll get there when it gets there. You know, the cool thing about this is how... This is a lot more... Like, a lot simpler than it comes off. Than you'd think. Does take a while for haunting to happen, though. Unless it's preferable that it come out as a stack. Yeah. Then that's just kind of there, isn't it? You know what? If it's gonna come out as a stack or go in, if it's always gonna be a stack. I see no reason to deal with this comparator business. None of this over-engineered garbage! Screw redstone! It's the worst thing to happen in Minecraft anyways. We just need a block of redstone and a little elbow grease to get everything going. Oh, there it goes. Hi. What is it talking about? Ah. Oof. Oof. Frick. Hey, so let's go get some brass funnels. That's how life is sometimes. You sit down and think, oh, let's just over-engineer this, and the truth is that it really doesn't need to be over-engineered. Now, don't get me wrong. Over-engineering is like 80% of this mod. Oh, I love it. The best part about the system, by the way, is the fact that it looks really complicated and like there's a ton of back-end stuff going on. But the truth is, the majority of it is just something that you have to build out yourself. Like, it's literally just addresses. Nothing just finds its way to where it has to go. Like, you basically have to build out the infrastructure for it all to work. It's really cool. I love it. Best part about it is the trains also work with this. So if you want to, like, have packages sent between bases, that works too. Okay, so let's try this again then. Okay, so same as last time. We'll just send a bunch of sand over to the Haunter and see where this takes us. Honestly, it's probably better that we handle it this way, because this way it isn't just like a million different packages. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna... Good thing the recipes aren't Gregified. What's Gregified? Is that something I should be worried about? The concept of, not really anything else. Wait, is the pack of Gregified how much worse everything went? I don't know what Gregified means! What does Gregified mean? Why does it sound scary? There you go! Okay, so what's the deal with Greg Tech? Okay, factory gauge. This is the scary one. This is where it all becomes something I don't know if I want to deal with. Okay, well, we're gonna ignore the packager deal and instead we're gonna make... Then again, some Minecraft mod creators can be a little bit, pretentious. It's very autistic of the multi-block machines and insane requirements. Oof. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, I can like my autism stuff, but at the same time, I do admit I have limits. You tried learning about it once, I forgot because it was cringe. Based. Why is this so intimidating? It just feels like headline this get to me now. Alright, let's just do this. Let's make a bunch of factory gauges. And how do I make these again? Oh, that's not it. R. It's Docklink precision mechanism. Alright, this is gonna be a minute. Imagine a mod being so cringe that people just forget about it. That's all life is. Story of my life. Did he just do the thing? Did he just do the Nazi thing? I see you trying to play it off like I was. I'm pretty sure I know what I just saw there. We're gonna have to cancel Big Bird. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Every time they talk about how they're cutting funding to PBS, I don't know why PBS even needs to exist anymore. Birds throwing out Romans. Yeah, like seriously, I didn't know we had it in them. Personally, I didn't know he had it in him. In some, to some degree, I mean, I'm deeply offended, but I also have the slightest bit of respect for the And he just ran with it. He just did it. He didn't think about what anybody else said. He didn't think about what we think. He doesn't care. He just does it. That's a real Chad. Factory flow is insanely large and packed multi-box. Yeah, no, it's just respect where it's due. Changeling, welcome, Azuraven. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a bit nervous about myself sometimes. I'm just waiting for me to make the final yab. I swear, my stream's like 80% yaps. Must use a bad influence even in Minecraft. Gonna be honest. I don't know if I had no clue what the whole thing was with that the entire thing there. Like I can't tell if it was just an autistic thing or if it was like a like is he trying to stir the pot? You know, like I genuinely had no clue. I just don't know if I can say that, you know, it was just like this benign thing, you know? Like everybody knows typically how I am with this stuff, but I'll also say another thing. If that was his plate at work. That's the thing! That's the thing! In my personal opinion, the Russians make like the best Minecraft mods. I don't know what's up with it. It's just like Russians are good at game dev. I think that's one of those things that we have a tendency to ignore, but like just Russians, for some reason, really good at game dev. I kinda do think Minecraft mods are kind of, at least on a, you know, somewhat of a the slightest level of game dev though. You know, on the same level of making your own game, but I definitely do think it's pretty, at times it can be really similar, you know? I think that's actually one thing that I think, Mojang really doesn't respect about Minecraft. The fact that deep down, Minecraft kind of is a, it is more than just a mod. Or, it is more than just a game. It's a platform. Okay, so... Okay, so... Oh, right, we gotta turn this to a stock link first. Good news is that I think all the current stock links are all on one thing, so... Yeah. Eesh. Wait, what happens if I put one on the stock ticker? Oh, it just tunes to this network, okay. Yeah, like it's just... I find that in general... A lot of Minecraft mod developers are as devoted to the game of making Minecraft mods as any traditional game dev is. Alright. Let's see here then. Okay, so red sand. Just put a random thing here. Okay, so it can technically be anything. Oh! That's actually kind of cool. So you can just kind of move everything around as you need to. Okay, wait, so... Okay, so the granite is gonna be kind of its own thing. So where do we want to put this guy? Okay, so can we make granite? So it's gonna be diorite and nether quartz. So... Diorite. Oh. So diorite and nether quartz creates granite. And... Okay, that's a shapeless crafting recipe. Alternatively, we could make red sand to create granite. But why on earth would I do that when I already have red sand? And that's what we're using to make the granite. Or get the granite from doesn't make sense. And I know that in theory I could just do all of this with the silicon dioxide thing or the compactor, but I want to do this right. Partly because there's this part of me that just wants to do this. Anyways. Alright, so. Okay, so. The nether quartz is gonna come from. Wait. Right. We need to make... This needs to actually be crafted. Alright then. Time to add cobblestone to it then. Cobblestone. The original sin of create. Oh my god, that's a lot of cobblestone! Okay, so... There's a lot. There's a lot. Alright, so... To make this... Actually, you know, we're gonna put the soul sand there. Because it's gonna be like, right, and then... Now I need to put down some... Okay, so to make soul sand, then we need... regular sand. This gets worse. Also, we can use that to make more gold. This at least helps visualize everything. I have no clue if this is actually properly visualized. Let's say we set it to 1. Inactive, missing a target address. Oh, target address? Oh, wait, okay, so we don't want these to be too connected. Wait. Fireside, welcome, Steven, and thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. What happened, Fur? Did something happen with your Discord server? Ooh, that's not good. Wait, okay, so... Okay, so I think I see how this works. I see how this works. Okay, so... Everything's gotta get sent to a specific address. Jeez. There's a classic right there. It's happened to my server before. Just make sure that you ban everybody and hopefully that'll resolve everything. Oh, also delete any server invites that have been recently created. And maybe do something to, you know, prevent it from being hit too hard. Again, these are just remember, these are the growing pains of being a content creator. We have all been there. Okay, so... yeah, okay, so it looks like the way this is supposed to work is... this is still extremely concerning, oh god. Yeah, remember, don't leave those server invites just sitting around there waiting to be used. Because, seriously, people will use them, and when they do, oh boy. They are not going to be nice about it. Ah, that is fair. Alright, so this is gonna be soul sand to create nether quartz. Also, I'm gonna apologize, guys. This part might be a little bit on the boring side. Just a smidge. Well, you do want new members, but you have to remember that these things are never so simple. Okay. So this one right here. This is gonna be gravel. Wait a second. No, we don't need this. We actually don't need this. Hold on. Yeah, no, we don't need this one because we just have it get sent to we have it get sent to Crusher too. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think this might actually be all we need. All I need to do now is just get the setup made so that we can make... well, we're gonna need some extra things done. What am I building? I'm building stuff. BK White Snow Gamer, welcome to the event. Trust me, streaming is a godless thing to do. It's fun until it isn't. I think that's the best way to describe streaming. It's just it's fun till it isn't. Hard to say if I'm winning though. Alright, so wait, is this everything? Wait, hold on. Okay, so cobble to gravel, gravel to sand, sand to soul sand to gold and quartz, done. Quartz and cobble to andesite, horribly spelled. Still need to get around to that one. andesite to quartz and granite. Okay. So, what I think we'll do then is... Oh, interesting. This is another thing I'm going to deal with. It has dawned upon me. I gotta set up a mechanical crafter. Oh, I got a nice wall over here I could probably work with. Well, life is never quite so simple. Well, that's fair, Changeling. I definitely hope the streaming treats you well regardless. It can be a little bit difficult, but, you know. You gotta remember, it's got its highs, and it's also got its lows. Don't let the lows convince you, though, that highs don't exist. Because they do. Right, click up with them, this should be monitored. HQ and replenish stock levels for sending over other items get processed. Input panels can be run to change the pathing. Okay. So the wrench is just there to change the way the pathing looks. Okay. Okay, specify how much the output gets made per batch. Okay, so the specifying output per batch is a bit iffy. Grain connections indicate the target amount has been reached. The board of gauges can expand and include recipe steps. Oof. Well, that's gonna be fun. Oh, huge is a descriptor. I'm not one I like too much. Extremely complicated. I should dump off all this experience. In part because I just like to watch the liquid experience vat fill up. I should have got lots of experience. Yeah, but you gotta remember, Captain Blue Sharks. Those lows definitely can be crushing. Look, I'm gonna put it this way. As somebody who's been streaming for a very long time, the first lesson that you should learn is how to let go. And more than anything, remember why you even started in the first place. Because that's one issue that I've noticed with a lot of people. There's a bit of a tendency to assume, you know. It can be a fun way to escape from reality, but just remember, this isn't your escape from all pain. That sort of thing doesn't exist, unfortunately. Anyways. It's about letting go. Never mention dead money and letting go! Alright? I have never played Dead Money. And not taken everything I could out of it. Dead Money is not about letting go. It's about stealing from the old world. Oh my god, Windier, were you there for that one? No. Let's pause there. Yeah, were you there for that? Like when I just freaking I didn't know any of the tech, and I just freaking implant DRX'd all the way through. No? Well, regardless. That's how I did it! I didn't know any of the tech. I just freaking used implant GRX until it just worked. That thing was so busted. It was hilarious though. How busted it was. And here I was thinking I was the only person who did it that way. I guess I'm not as special as I thought I was. I'm only the kind of special that Mama Natsu calls me. But when she says that kind of special, she just means retarded. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. Like they carry the golden just Elijah's severed head. Wait, hold on. Will this fit or? Yeah, I figured this would be too far away. the trap Elytra in there. It is an option though. And that's kind of what makes New Vegas great though. There's a lot of ways you can do some of the basic stuff in there. No? I've seen a lot of people do that one. Yee. Need to see it get every failed check run. What's that one, Windier? Is it specifically a Dead Money or just New Vegas in general? Okay, so you can separate belts, but you can't extend them? I don't know. It's kind of annoying, but it's whatever. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Alright then! So, this is how we're gonna do it then, I suppose. I can manage it regardless. Just need to make some cogwheels. Good. 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 You take a sip from your trusty Vault 13 canteen. You wanna know something? I have questions about the trusty Vault 13 canteen. I know it's an Easter egg item, but still. Where on earth did you get it from? Like, you have to keep in mind, that thing's probably like extremely old at this stage of the lore. Like, probably at least 100 years old. Well, I know it has a purpose in hardcore mode. But basically speech checks for things you don't have enough kind of skills or attributes for. Speech 13 out of 80. You should stream Black Souls. It would smell like mildew. Oh. I had gear shifts. I'm dumb. Oh, alright, Goblin. You have a nice night. And, thank you. Just everyone. I know it's not much, and I know it's not really that authentic, but... the fact that I'm even able to reach the level that I have is... not something special. don't have the biggest following on YouTube. But once I hit that 1K mark, and I'm able to get ads, I don't know for sure if I'll even use them. Like, seriously, it's just... Cause you know what? For me, I'm not really a big fan of ads in general, and I don't know if I wanna... I don't know if I wanna subject any of you guys to it. Ads is cringe. And the last thing we are around here, around these them here parts, is cringe. But yeah, I really appreciate that you guys have been putting the effort in to help me be able to reach just even this kind of half partnership thing that apparently I didn't realize up until kind of recently is a thing. I hope it's some of the. I hope it's that kind of racist Chinese washing machine ad. Have you guys ever seen that one? Actually, no, it wasn't even kind of racist. It was just extremely racist for no reason. Just. Ah. Dang it, I can't remember the name of it. All I know is it was an ad for a random brand of, like of a Chinese, like a laundry detergent or something. And it was funny, okay? It was really funny. Oh, you probably got paid a ton. It's a bit of a fun fact. It pays very well to be a CCP shill. I mean that kind of unironically. Why am I saying kind of? Just unironically. It pays well! You want to make some good money? Go to China and I guess just be a white guy. Nothing pays better in this world than being a white guy in China. I don't really even know why that is the case. I mean, I tend to try not to be someone to cry racism when it comes to stuff, but it is kind of messed up, not gonna lie. Well, for what it's worth, it's not that hard to arrest a foreigner in China. All you gotta do is just accuse him of being a spy, and next thing you know, he's on death row. Or accuse him of trafficking drugs. Not really a massive difference between the two, but it's a thing. that just figure sometimes. Got a thief scarf for Wildlands. When your slurs are for people. Only thing that needs to be mentioned. Okay, let's see here. The setup must be 3 by 3 by 3 and the coffee should be connected by a wrench. Ugh, God. So now what? Andesite casing. What was the setup that they had there earlier? Okay, so you have... Okay. So then it's like barrel, packager, andesite funnel. I think that ought to work. So now I'm trying to figure this out. Oh. I'll have to keep that in mind. That actually looks pretty decent. Oh, thank you. For the hydrate. Ah, where did those extra 3 hours go? Seriously, I have no clue where those extra 3 hours went. This is... Oof. You know, just... That's how it is in this game, though. It's very easy to get lost. Again, for better and worse. Wait, trim for the conveyor? Well, yeah, that's kind of supposed to be the idea of it. Oh, yeah! And it is flying, let me tell ya! Actually, I've done on potatoes. Ah! 800 potatoes! Just like that. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Alright, so... Yeah, I got no clue I'm doing with this. I need to get that bone meal out. We're just gonna... Oh, I guess I just gotta pick it up myself. Well, this is no way to do this. Oh. I think that's all I had to do there. Again, I'm gonna have to work out a system for if we get overflow in the basin. Maybe I could try doing like a comparator deal. Problem is that if I do the comparator, that suddenly means that I have to deal with the bone meal or some kind of a smart observer, and I don't know. Have I messed with the vintage story at all? Not familiar, no. Oh, the reason why the machinery gets all clogged up is because the potatoes are made at a significantly faster rate than the, slower rate than the bone meal is. Like, I have to manually wait for potatoes to grow. Bone meal, it's just kind of endlessly being produced because we have a near limitless supply of eggs. There's a lot of mods involved here. Look at that, 2.8k eggs. We will never run out. Meanwhile, 664 potatoes and dropping. Oh, okay. I don't know. The thing about it for me is like, because I kind of play the game modded, it's kind of in a way like I'm playing my own thing, you know? I don't know. Actually, that's I think one of the best parts about playing a game modded. In a way, you can kind of play your own flavor of a game. That's the thing. Like, it's not... The potatoes are gonna run out faster than the bone meal ever will because the bone meal's a consistent supply. Near limitless. Whereas the potatoes are just slowly being gathered by a random thing, dependent on the speed at which the potatoes grow, which is not that fast. Well, not fast enough at least. I also want to do again. Right, we have the crafter made up. Oh wait, we need to put a sign so that it knows where to go. I really want to note, by the way, I may have mentioned this before, but I love this setup. I don't know if I mentioned it, but I just really like this setup. Okay, wait, so let's just say I send 4 of these to the crafter. Will this make clay? It's gonna just, you know, give us a minute. And more potato farms isn't as much of a solution as I'd like it to be. Ah, what? Well, that was no fun. They really are gonna make me change out this entire setup, aren't they? Well, that's disappointing. Oh. Probably would help if the mechanical crafter had, you know, actual things with it all. Whoa! It sort of worked. Alright, well, I have to... I have to know enough. This is enough. Well, the gist of it was got. That's the important thing, right? Well, that didn't work. Yeah, this is very bizarre to look at. Anyways, I'm assuming I need to combine these regardless because they're supposed to be one thing, so... Because this is basically just supposed to be a really overly engineered crafting grid. Oh, the goggles are for the crafty turtle. No wonder I've never seen them before. My turtles don't craft. I gotta say though, whoever it was that made this computer craft tweaked create resource pack, they did a really good job of making those turtles as adorable as possible. Just hands down, some of the cutest things I've ever seen. Anyways. Well, that is what it is. I guess these are typically gonna end up being sent to output. I don't know how much of a difference it makes though. Probably best to not think too hard about it though. Okay, so I guess we can see maybe the craft is set up. I have no clue. Oh my god! I think I just did it. I have set things in motion that I should not be happy with. Or maybe I should be happy with. Well, I may as well watch the process. So this box should most likely be sent to the washer, where it will then be washed to maybe produce nether quartz. And if not, that's life then. Yeah, it's like a 12% chance of us getting 4 nether quartz. No more, no less. And there it is! Nether quartz! Made from my own farm! I think it's done. Yeah, it should be done. Wait, has it reached the... Has it reached the setup, or...? Wait! We got one! We got one! I still don't know how to go over... I don't know how that roach queen fragment made it in there, but... We got nether quartz! I mean, for what it's worth, turtles are also cute, but still. I probably could have done a better job with some of these, but it's whatever. Oh, look, it's all just going now! Look at all those boxes! This is what industry looks like! And it's all powered by the glorious potato. I don't know what you guys are complaining about. Infrastructure's easy to make. A lot of this, by the way, is mostly for a gold farm. I have messed this up already. Catastrophically messed this up already. Alright, so... We need to rethink parts of this. Alright, guess we're gonna do that repacture thing. Oh, frick. Wait. No, it didn't make anything. Oh, Satoru Yokoi, welcome, how's it even? Okay, this didn't go as well as I expected it to. Alright, so clearly something is gonna need to be fixed here. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a bit more complicated than I'd like it to be. Alright, that is not what we needed. Now it's gotta be a repackager. So we're going for... I don't feel like going all the way over to find a lever. So I'll just make one. Alright, so... we'll see if this works now. Alright, let's just set our target amount to 1 and see where that takes us. This is fun to watch. This is fun to watch. Oh my god. This is what Create is all about, in my opinion. This right here. Stuff like this is what you like to see in Create. It's just stuff going where it needs to go. We're gonna set it to where promises expire within 6 minutes. Because it's a bit, Because you gotta remember the, storage area is a bit far away from everything else. And it's just... Okay, so that should most likely be our diorite shipment. Or at least the stuff for the diorite shipment. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, hold on! Hold on! Wait, fuck. I forgot! Dang it! Lower. Oh my god. Well, it almost worked. Figures from all the things! I forgot to put a funnel down. Well, I've confirmed that it's possible to make diorite. So that's cool. We've about 80 diorite in storage in a given time. Technically, I think we could actually use mechanical crafting for this one as well. Though, there's a part of me that is tempted to crack out the mixer as well and just, roll on with that. Be good. That's the main point. You know what? We'll do the mechanical crafter. Actually, wait. Why am I even letting promises expire at all? Once we've confirmed that something exists, it exists. Hold on, how much is in this? 2 diorite per package. This feels somewhat inefficient, but I suppose it's the nature of things. I don't know. Are these going as fast as could be Uh-oh. Got a bit of a clog over here. I think I'll wait until after all orders have been fulfilled on this one, and then we'll just roll with it. Oh, hey, and we're getting the granite in! Wait. Okay, yeah, this one's gotta go to the crusher. But it will take time for us to gather up the granite necessary. Yeah, no, seriously. And yes, I know there are much more compact ways of doing this. This is just so much more fun in my opinion, though. There's a beauty to it all. You know what? I'm gonna have this actually send out a lot more soul sand than is necessary for the quartz. We'll say like 3 for every 30 that's sent out. And if we get more, good. If not, yeah. Then, you know, that's just how this goes. I'm gonna actually have these expire after about 6 minutes. Because you gotta remember, there's actual odds that stuff just doesn't work. Oh my god, we are not sending nearly enough of this. You know what? If something's gonna be like 1-to-1 in capacity, we should just send the whole thing out. Oh, they got a server restart in about 5 minutes. Is that my cue to head off? Maybe it is. It is about 1:20 a.m. And I don't want to mess up my sleep schedule so horribly that, you know, I become truly incapable of maintaining myself. guys just going. They're throwing packages out, taking them in. Part of me wonders if I could maybe look into making this system a bit faster, though, in general. I've been having fun, at least. Would be nice, though, if my friends were able to show up. But I guess the server's just not built for it. The system will probably be somewhat better off in a bit. Okay, so the cool thing is that the gold nuggets are currently in their lowest possible required amount. Oh. Cool thing about this as well is that it is also possible for me to just expand on this further. I may have mentioned earlier. I would like to try making a thorium reactor. And now, that actually might be surprisingly possible. Might be. Yeah, I think having it so that promises delete after about 6 minutes is fair. Definitely does seem a bit like the crafters are very inefficient. Like, deeply inefficient. Like, in order to make one of an item, it takes a lot of time to make even one of an item. There's a part of me that is tempted. We'll see, we'll see. Ah, fuck. Hi, Lake Wonder. Sorry if I missed you coming in. Hope your day's been good, though. Oh, sorry. I'm tempted to try bumping up the speed of the chain to the chain belts. Because contrary to the relative speed of everything else, those guys are extremely slow. And for what it's worth, the speed of the chain belts is kind of arbitrary. Mostly because I could very easily just, you know, move the chain, one of the main chain that is hooked up to everything somewhere else. And then bump up the speed from there. Maybe. It's an option. Wait, but if I do that, it could break everything. Because there are some things that are outright connected to the chains. Know what? Think I'll try that before we call it a night. Think I'll do it. Why do I turn the heat on? I have no good reason to turn the heat on. It is not cold out here at all. Oh well. Alright then. Let's make a bad decision then. So, the chains are mainly linked up over here. But you know, it's fine. It's typical. It's not a load-bearing thing it's on. The problem though is that in the new factory area, a lot of the chains are load-bearing things. Ah, fuck. I shot the shot, but it was too much. I'm just gonna throw those in there and we're gonna pretend that never happened. Anyways, so, how capable are we of just making the gear ratio? Yeah, let's make a bad decision. Like I said, this is kind of a load-bearing thing, so... yeah. Actually, the good news is not many packages go through here, so... I think I put this in the right spot. I'm gonna leave it, of course, in this general area, but I will have to move it a bit so I can do it. I don't want to change the speed of too many things after all. Because if we go changing too many things speed, it can break a lot of machines. So, just like that, all industry has halted. And the gods of capitalism weep. For it knows its children have died in its absence. Very tragic, very heartbreaking. Okay, so that is max speed. worried or anything. Just, you know, verifying what is the maximum speed. So we've reached it. That's good. That is good. And yet, I don't like the way that looks. Have I mentioned how much I hate gravel? 'Cause wow! Look at him go! Oh! How much? Okay, 256 stress units per. Oh! Look at him go! I admit slower speeds may be a bit more like, you know, aesthetically pleasing, but God, those fast speeds just hit. It's like you just told them, you guys better get to work, you lazy pieces of crap. Anyways, I need to go verify what's broken. 'Cause stuff broke. There's no way. Yeah, see right there. And right here. Yeah, 'cause everything just broke all of a sudden. Why did everything break all of a sudden? Because there's a thing called maximum speed. And we broke that, like... So, some machines can now be simplified, actually. Because, those maximum speeds are actually kind of, holding us back a little. Or at least they were complicating stuff that didn't need to be complicated. Actually, I think I just made all of this a little faster. You know... Okay, wait, hold on. So I'll go like that. Like that. Okay, so now this should work. unexpected. How can I lower the speed here without causing issues? Okay, well, first off, let's just kill that. Ah, what a mess! There's potatoes everywhere! It smells like carbohydrates and regret! Anyways. Sly Fox, 1456258. Welcome, Steven! So the good news is that we have enough potatoes. The bad news is that this is absurdly fast now. Maybe we can go from this direction. Okay, need to get some cogwheels and whatever else, because we got skier ratios to make. So I think it was small, big, small, big, and that should reduce it by what, like a power of 4 or something like that? Nah, I can't remember. I'm not very good when you reach that stage of math. To certain someone's not exactly the type to let me live that down. Now I got that sorted. I did that wrong. I did that wrong. It's supposed to be small. Right, no. Wait. How is this messing me up all of a sudden? And everything's going the right direction. Good. 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 Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get some things to be at max speed, but I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Mostly because I know that if I do, I'm gonna end up losing a lot more sleep than I should. Important thing to remember is that this is difficult. The fact that it works at all at the speeds it currently works at is probably by itself should be considered somewhat astonishing. Just the speed. It kills me. It kills me. It's almost the perfect ride, and then just that happens. Oh, I guess this isn't gonna be much better now, is it? Because oof, that is ugly. You know, maybe I can move that around a bit, actually. Nope, not worth it. Not worth it. I still could make it look a lot better, though. Oh, frick! We've reached maximum stone capacity! Kinda never thought I'd see the day there. Well, not too surprising there. The production speed is extremely high. I'm probably good, but in all honesty, the current chain... The fact of the matter is that the chain is all about travel and moving stuff around. So even the current chain is kind of designed for that. Oh my god, though. It's complete. Wait. It's like I said earlier, like, okay, look, it's more aesthetically pleasing when it's slower, but it's so much more efficient when it's faster. Wait a second. Okay. I had an idea. It's... Okay, wait, hold on. It's all completed! Oh wait, no, not that one. I still need to... I need to get around to doing that one. Okay. That's gonna be a goal. I'm not tempted to actually try it now, because it's like... you guys know how I am. But yeah, it's like... So, the thing is that I'm building on systems that weren't designed for the chain drive. That's kind of like the unfortunate truth. Like, okay, if I was designing with the chain drive in mind, I would have made all of these a lot higher. Do I have to do something special to set up a Akashic Tomb? I have no clue what you mean by that, Dr. Diablo, but probably. Most likely, yeah, probably. So we're gonna set it between like, we'll do 30 and 30, I think. Promises expire after 6 minutes. Actually, let's set that to a clean 3 minutes because you never know. And alongside that, there's nothing wrong with having more, so I'm not really gonna worry too much about it. Yeah, but the concept I was thinking of running was like I was gonna make a program, because there is actually integration with one of my mods and Computercraft. With one of the Create mods does feature a Computercraft add-on. Now, granted, I did have the dedicated Computercraft add-on, but that didn't survive the add-on purge. I might look into Computercraft Create Bridge if the creator decides to actually do something with it, but for now I can't really do anything right now. The creator has acknowledged the fact that it is not compatible, but I'm still a bit... Oh, it's a mod that's supposed to allow you to store every mod's guidebook material inside one book. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got no clue there. Maybe. Though I can't really imagine what would be necessary. Oh wait, you can... Oh, you can kill promises? What kind of monster does that? Ah, that's disappointing. They really should allow you to be able to... Because it's just the nature of mechanical crafting, isn't it? And the only way to make diorite is with the mechanical crafter. Well, there's the compactor, but I wouldn't exactly call that faster. As much as it is just space and item efficient. Ugh. I need to go and take a look actually at the current how the boiler's looking. Well, not the boiler, but the we got a decent amount of capacity still. Could be better, could be worse. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it though. Okay, you mentioned like freaking Akashic Tomb there, and now I'm just thinking of Chris Chan. Cause you can't think of Chris Chan without thinking of some weird stuff that he talked about. That's like the guy's specialty. Oops, I may have messed up an order. Yeah, I messed up an order. Also, sir, you are trespassing. Do not make me open fire. Wouldn't it be funny if you just wandered into the thing there? Oh no! He's got gravel! Ah! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Ah, 2 weeks paid vacation! He stole my gravel. That's what the fiend was trying to do. He didn't try though. He just did it. Okay, so we're gonna try to have like... Let's just try to have a decent stockpile. Okay, actually, let's go for like 3 stacks, not 10. Yeah, like I said, this is definitely gonna result in some, clogging. Again, this would be a lot faster if you could just make direct calcite lava flint. Is there a create-friendly recipe to making calcite? Unironically, 0 benefit. I don't even know why that's on there. Genuinely no clue. Yep, I don't blame you for that one, Changeling. I really should, for all intents and purposes, be heading off myself. Also, again, you'd think that, like, the way that this looks is you'd think that this was some, like, really advanced thing. But honestly, it really is just addresses. Like, this right here, this is just checking whether or not you actually get back what it ordered. Like this right here is just orders that are supposed to be coming in. After that, though, you don't know. could be nothing. The child makes a sweatshirt. You know, the irony isn't lost on me. Because, how's your day been? Welcome. I don't know what I'm doing here. Mr. Roach, that's no place for you to live. Of course. There's no place you're supposed to live. At any rate. I should really get around to making... Ugh, I'm not looking forward to dealing with some stuff. You probably survived that. I'll have you know, Windier. I'll have you know that in regular Japanese, you do not refer to the roach with any honorifics. Alright? Most animals will typically be referred to, as, with san. Unless it's a cat or a dog. In which case they get chan. Because, they're our best friends. Yeah, you refer to, like when you learn the names of the animals in Japan, it will typically be, that's how it's typically gonna go, Yeah, you're gonna learn like, Ryan-san, That's how you're gonna learn about it. Except for the roach. The roach gets nothing. He deserves nothing. The ant gets to be referred to as san because he is a hard worker. I don't know if tan really has any actual, meaning. I'm pretty sure that tan is just supposed to be the way that a small child refers to it because they kind of slur their words because they're not good at talking yet. Well, no, it's no. My understanding is it's like when really young children will refer to somebody with san. It'll typically it'll likely just come out as tan, because they don't understand it. Yeah, but big Scarlet, welcome, how's it even? And don't worry. Don't worry. But yes, nobody hates the ants. Even when the ants kind of, get in the way and do stuff they're not supposed to do. The ant is still deserving of respect, for he works hard. Man, I just hit the ground so hard all the shaders reloaded. Story of my life right there. but I'll answer female. There are male ants. Now, if you want a really interesting ant fact, all male ants are in fact incest babies. You try to block that reality from my sanity. I'm just stating a fact. I've seen this world. I have seen it for what it is. And unlike you, I have not looked away in horror. I am not pleased with what I have seen, however. Yes, I make the abyss blink. The abyss stares into me! And it is not pleased. God, this is what Create is all about. It's about making stuff like this, and you're just like, this is it. This right here is where it's at. Like, all this cool stuff. Bruh. You gotta be on me like that, like, seriously. What I ever do to any of you guys? Like, seriously. I thought I was a good noodle. I was! What do you mean I was? What do you mean I was? You guys are just trying to lay on the hurt now. You're trying to make me feel. I don't like feeling. I'm supposed to be an unfeeling monster. I need to verify how full this is. I think it's fine. I think it really is just the sheer amount of orders it's receiving. Yeah, it's the amount of orders. So now comes another important question. Do I want more gold? No. I'm off till Saturday. In other words, I probably should, you know. Okay. Sorry, just saw a bunch of people join the Discord server. Wanted to verify it wasn't a raid or something. Which, granted, it was like 5 people, which is like, you know. That's a good number, but still enough to be paranoid about. Come on, people don't join my Discord server. I got people who've been watching me for years who haven't even joined. I'm not mad, you're mad. I don't know for sure what I want to do now. Part of me just really enjoys watching it go. That's half the fun of Creed. Just, you build something and you watch it go. Maybe. I don't know how to go about this. I thought I should call it though. After all, the best way to cure the usual late night anxiety attack is, you know, sleep tends to help. Move that shaft! Well, I suppose it's an option. It's kind of an either-or thing. I'll be honest, I don't really like Discord or Twitch or YouTube. But, you know. I still really like this room. get some new stuff to be able to add to it at some point. Look, I'll put it this way, I multi-stream for a reason. Most of it is account security. If you're gonna follow, I would typically say that you should probably follow me on all platforms, preferably. But I mean, if you can't, that's perfectly fine. I'm not a monster after all. Yeah, like, it's one of those, like, I don't have an explicit preference. Because I see all platforms as being kind of terrible. Okay, so there's a part of me that wonders... Like, if I was to say use the repackager, basically, to... Or I could have one that's dedicated exclusively to sending out packages. Oh, wait, no, this is receive only, actually. Or is it? You know what? I have no clue. No, that's the thing. Like, okay, look. I'd like to be forward on both. But I would also, more than anything, I would like my acknowledgement to be general. If people know about me, they know about me from many platforms. They know that I'm pretty much everywhere. That I'm not really somebody who's going to sit down and, you know, get too worked up over little things. Because I've learned one thing over my time as on all the platforms. Every single one of them is terrible. Oh, frick. I didn't expect to see a clog in there. Ah, that must have happened earlier. Well, good thing I caught it when I did. That would have been a problem. Probably YouTube, Twitch, and then Alt-Tech. I have to put Alt-Tech at the bottom because all the other platforms are kind of trash, let's be honest. I do. I use Kick. What's the issue with Kick? That's a question I really don't know if you should be asking, Diablo. Gonna be honest with you when I say that. I don't know if you should be asking that question. Because it kind of turns into one of those, what isn't the issue with Kick? like... Realistically speaking, what isn't the problem? Kick is just one of those platforms where at times it feels like they just presume that because they are an alt-tech platform, they're saving the world, or like we have nowhere else to go. There's times where Kick feels like an abandoned platform where the guys who are running the place don't know much about what they're doing. Yeah, I'm gonna call out Twitch for its problems, but don't think that Kick and Rumble are suddenly going to be okay. Rumble's okay, but Rumble also has a weird feel to it, and doesn't really try to actually develop its platform to have a... Let's be honest here, better audience. I'm sorry. I think Rumble could be better. I think Kick could be better. I think they could all be better. But I'll put it this way. I'm past the days of being all wide-eyed and happy about every single thing that comes out where we're just like, oh man, we're trying to break the mold. You know what? You're not breaking anything. You're not special because you're alt-tech. You sit down and use alt-tech as an excuse to suck half the time. Oh, and that's another thing about Kick. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I could use the game categories. Oh, here's a really good example of my problems with Kick and Rumble. Game categories. It's not something that you sit down and really think about until you're there, but you ever notice how when you're playing on YouTube or Twitch, you know that the game categories are going to be freaking game categories. You can rely on the possibility that every single game, no matter how obscure or unheard of, it's gonna be on the list. Try playing XCOM UFO Defense on Kick and tell me if that manages to stay as a... And then tell me if it's freaking doable. Why do I use the VTuber category on Kick? Because it's just easier. Yeah, and that's another thing, by the way, I want to note as well. As a non-titty streamer, I'm automatically putting myself at a disadvantage. Another important distinction to make. I do like my grind. What can I say? Guilty as charged. But no, I want to make something. I don't want to, like, I don't want to just, like, do stuff and expect stuff to, people to just be okay with it, you know? Probably, yeah. It's just the easy thing to do. I don't blame people for it, necessarily. But that don't make it right. Yes, I desire content over gooning. Actually, hold on. should rethink this entire setup. Because I'm gonna be honest, I can probably cut out both diorite and granite pretty easily. The question is just how much extra junk do I wanna put into sand? How much effort do I want to put into something so coarse and rough and irritating? And that gets everywhere. Look, and I'm not gonna tell a person not to like these things, okay? I don't tell people these things, but I'll also say, have some freaking respect for yourself sometimes. You know, has it ever occurred to you that you can get both? I'm just saying. No clue what that link is, Scallots. Hey, look, we're all degens, okay? Don't look. I'm not gonna stand on my pedestal and act like the people like VTubers aren't by their very nature kind of degen. Okay, because they are. Alright, there's a level of degen in VTubing. Let's not kid ourselves. I'm not gonna kid myself. I know what's what. I know how I operate. I know what I enjoy. Even. Feet, yes or no? Not my thing, sorry. Been defeated. Armpits? No, armpits get sweaty. Sad panda tax? I don't know what that is, Diablo. Alright, let's grab some factory gauges and see what we can do here. So, we're gonna skip the red sand here. Alright, so terracotta can be crushed into red sand. Okay, then we have clay. And then that clay is made from clay balls. And yeah, anyways. It was very high level. Don't, you know, it's just, you know. And then we get that for sand. I don't like sand. So that gets into the washer. God. Ugh. Bad sitting posture. So if I want to do this, I'm just gonna need to set up a packing system. Ugh, God. At any rate. Man, I'm really hot all of a sudden. I should probably hop off. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's take a look at our raid options. Yeah, I know, kind of abrupt. Never can quite be one of the other, can it? Let's give it to Hawkeye Shrine. They're currently playing Metroid Prime. Yeah, but anyways. But yeah. Ugh. Do not research Sad Panda. Okay. I'm probably gonna have a panic attack after this stream. Just saying. I'll catch you guys later. Yeah. Tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna be fine. Nope, I'll put it this way. I have been dealing with some pretty nasty anxiety lately, and there's a there's a sort of thing where like an anxiety attack can turn into a panic attack, and it's just, you know, you start getting a lot of the vibes there, and it's just like, okay, well, yeah, I'll be drinking water. I don't know. I'm actually thinking maybe Helldivers. I might do some solo Helldivers. Anyways, thank you all very much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!